Okay, after some bit of internet issues. Hey everyone, Ardent Shadow here. Let me see, is this working? Yes, it is working, okay. Yeah, so late start because internet was giving me issues, but previously we were in the middle of, well, finishing, rather, the quest for Lolly. Hey there, Creeper. Indeed it has been. A lot of things have happened. Like, for one thing, I finally have Dreamy Dragon Man. I also have this beautiful Grumpy Queen. And I love her. She's, like, amazing. I don't know, well... Otherwise, not a whole lot has happened. Oh, and, well, Kazuha's here now. Alright, and I also have Mualani. Oh, wait, you already know about that one. She always makes me happy, though. And, okay, Navia's being inappropriate. Stop being inappropriate! Okay, so... now, I have to go find some evil Frenchman who's trying to destroy history. Hey there, Ninja. Sorry about the late start. Between Joey being Joey and internet being stupid. Yeah. And, well, I guess in terms of Star Rail, you haven't missed anything, because I think the last stream you were at is literally the last stream I've done. And outside of me getting Firefly, really nothing much has happened there, and I really don't know when I'm gonna get to start on it again. I'm hoping soon, because especially now that Herda's in rotation. Don't want to miss her, but I don't know. Oh, okay, I guess I'm supposed to go this way. Yes. Oh, is he gonna get eaten by these guys? Oh, that'd be hilarious. Well, not in this game.
It's Elder Tlapo and a group of Victomisaurs. They caught Molusol.
Okay, good. Claw and his little friends got him.
Something felt off about him yesterday, so I set a few things in motion. Looks like it's time for that foreshadowing to pay off.
Well, I guess Seat Lolly brings new meaning to epic foreshadowing.
My bank balance. No! No!
Your bank balance isn't the only thing in danger here.
What's wrong with him?
Apparently his bank balance is more important than his life.
That's one of the tricks Claw uses to scare people. He makes people hallucinate the thing that scares them most.
Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me.
It's particularly effective on weak-minded people like him.
So you're basically saying it's like a Jedi mind trick. You don't want to sell me you don't want to sell me death sticks. You want to go home and rethink your life.
Serves him right.
I know. It was a lot to ask, making you come all the way out here during the day.
Why is he a nocturnal? But I see a lot of them outside in the daytime.
Was that a declaration? Elder Tlapo didn't appoint us to a whole other task, did he?
I hope not. Because apparently this quest is like stupidly long enough as it is, but... I mean, it's still worth it because I get to see her.
Forget about him for now. The Ectomisaurs will make sure Montluçon doesn't escape before the guards arrive. In the meantime, we have unfinished business, remember?
And I get to hear her voice a lot. Well, assuming that... Well, I don't know if she recorded all her lines before this whole madness happened. Because apparently it's been affecting Star Rail as well, and, well, in the 3.0 update, I know that supposedly, like, Firefly doesn't have any voice lines, but I'm nowhere near the 3.0 story, so I don't have to worry.
Right, the special scroll. But the die is buried underneath a bunch of rubble now.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Don't worry, Witzeline's technique hasn't been lost at all. Come with me, I'll explain everything at my house.
Oh, you're inviting me to your house. Okay, no.
Oh, and Traveler? Everything you said about memory, I finally figured out my answer.
Really? Then please, my eyes would love to hear it. Okay, I guess my eyes will have to wait.
I knew you'd want to tag along. Let's go.
Empty head!
My bank balance.
He really must be an empty head. Oh, great. How do I get over there? Okay. A lot has happened here. Basically, Basically, the VAs are on strike because the studio that Hoyo hires, or goes through, they want to replace everybody with AI. And the VAs are like, oh, hell no, we don't want you basically stealing our voices and making, you know, robots that sound like us. Oh, jeez. So, like, literally all, well, oh great, I'm in the wrong spot. So basically what's going on here is they're all, well, most of them are on strike with some exceptions. And, like, for example, the Lantern Rite that's coming up, if you're playing the English version of the game, there's gonna be no voices! Damn it, I don't know where I'm going anymore. Oh my jeez. I've gone way off course. And before that, like, I played the Nahida's birthday event, and it was very depressing because Paimon was the only character who you could hear. Sino... Oh, wait. Sino was the only other character as well. Everyone else, there was no voice line, so it's just awkward silence. And you know how much I love Nilou and hearing her voice, and I was incredibly heartbroken. So, yeah, it's gonna get worse. Yeah. And, like, that's why, for example, Amberly Connors, like, she's trying to see if she can help some of the other VAs, and she has, like, her own studio, which, I mean, more power to you. It's like, yeah, definitely way to stick it to whoever. But obviously, it's a mess. But for whatever reason, like, there are some exceptions here. I don't know how or why, but I'm mostly thankful for it. So certain characters like Kanich, and I think it, well, it was Kanich and... oh no, wait, Kachina, apparently her VA, she wasn't on strike, but she was, like, recovering from an injury. The biggest issue I had playing through the Natlan story, outside of Kinich not having no voice, is the fact that, without spoiling too much, she actually gets to talk. She actually has spoken lines, but I don't get to hear them. And you know how much I've been here, like, saying I want Lumine to talk more. Well, she gets to talk more, but I don't get to hear it. Like, what the hell? Yeah, so you can tell I'm angry. Like, I'm not angry at the VAs. Let's get that clear.
Every creature.
Like, I don't want them to be replaced by computers. Because, I mean, that's just stupid and wrong. It's almost like you're just, like, reaching into their throat and stealing their actual voices and then using it for your evil purposes or whatever. Or, I'm sorry, not evil purposes, greedy purposes. But, in turn, it pretty much robs us of what makes a lot of these characters special, at least to me. Because we've lost the people that bring them to life. And apparently it's going to be even worse when the Lantern Rite is here, because it's basically going to be a glorified world quest. So I am definitely very happy that at the very least I can hear Citlali's super sexy voice. And yes, I'm sorry, Skylar, if you were ever watching this. Or Skylar, what? I forget. No. Skylar Davenport. If by any chance she were to ever find this, yes, I'm sorry. For whatever reason, I just find her voice for Citlali, like, very attractive. And it's just weird because I can definitely hear March's voice somewhere in there, but March is more adorable and cute. But Citlali is... yeah. Anyhow...
Now, when it comes to weaving the scroll itself, you don't actually need to lift a finger. But if we're going to pass on Wheatzealing's technique, your participation is critical.
Okay.
What are you saying, Citlali?
Well, let her talk.
Follow me.
I'll follow you anywhere. That walk, though.
Whoa, look at this place. Do you weave scrolls too?
Scrolls. Scrolls? I thought you were going to show me your masterpiece.
That I am, old friend. The technique I'm about to show you directly relates to woven scrolls.
Okay, so I guess Huitzilin is another Madame Ping recolor. I mean, I guess since we don't... well, they're not going to make her playable, obviously. Meh.
Fine. What is it? Something that can turn the tide of war or prevent a great disaster? You probably want to challenge me, right? I know you don't have the strength for a real fight, so I'll let you beat me with words.
Old friend, my life is nearing its end. I'm afraid I don't have time for another match.
Hey.
Don't worry. I trust in the belief of our tribe that death is not the end, but the beginning of a new existence in the Night Kingdom, where everything is made of memories.
And as I said in the last 2 streams, I really do not want to see Citlali cry. So I really hope I don't have to see her cry.
So, do you know why our ancestors insisted on using colorful, woven scrolls to record our history? Because history is the memory of a people. We give our scrolls an orange hue, so the dead can still feel the warmth of the setting sun. We decorate them with kernels of grain fruit, so the dead can still enjoy the abundance of our harvests.
I know that, but something this important? Why entrust it to me and not one of your students?
Yeah, that's what we've been wondering this whole time.
As your friend, I admit, I'm being a bit selfish. I don't have long, Citlali. Oh, I'm not sure I can truly explain my decision. But I know you will understand one day. For now, will you accept my final request?
Just this once.
Being grumpy to the end with her. But at least it shows that she does care.
I understand now, Wheat Zealine. Just like you said I would. Claw, help me move this outside. I'm going to color it. Traveler, Paimon, come with me.
Alright.
We are like birds, soaring through the horizons of time. I linger between brushes of memory, seeking the color of my final journey.
When I get there, may there be feathers to paint the sky, shades of rose. And fields of green to beckon adventurous souls. And azure oceans with which to sail into the unknown. And volcanoes too, where, despite the danger, hidden treasure waits to be found. And graffiti art, of course. Without that color, just imagine the dullness of night.
Anything else?
In the end, I hope everyone remembers my color too.
In the end, I hope everyone remembers your color too. All in all, it was just a technique for coloring a scroll.
The task I'm entrusting to you is much more than that. Farewell, my friend.
And I imagine that was Lumine talking.
I knew you would understand.
So you see what I mean? It's like, imagine that Except at probably one of the most important moments of the Natlan story. And she's doing like 50% of the talking. That is what really pisses me off, but like I said, I'm not angry at the VAs. No, if anything, the real culprit here is the studio or whatever that MiHoYo is using for the voice acting.
This is the special scroll. How did you know how to weave it, Seat Lolly?
Magic. Well, technically yes, but remember the gift from the spirits?
Hold on. You've lived for more than 200 years. You know how to weave the special scroll. That must mean you're the one behind the gifts from the spirits.
Oh, well, it's not like I wanted to interact with the appointed. So whenever I delivered the scroll, I used illusions to confuse them.
Well then.
The fact that it turned into some kind of divine intervention is because no one was skilled enough to see through my tricks.
Silly Sit Lolly, tricks are for kids. Why not just tell them?
You've carried the duty alone for all these years? Even if you don't like interacting with people, why not teach someone else how to do it?
Well, to be fair, she does kind of withdraw. And there's a reason why she doesn't like interacting with people, and if it wasn't obvious, it's like Huitzilin's death still kind of probably weighs on her.
Traveler, you can see the special color, right?
Yes. These eyes can see everything. Oh, why did I do that? Everything.
The essence of that color is memory. That means completing the special scroll is a process of searching for color within your memories.
So in other words, yeah, I don't think I'd be able to say Silly Sit Lolly 10 times fast. Where was I? Oh. So technically, Lumine's memories were the missing ingredient to completing this thing.
Passing the technique on to someone means sharing your memories with them. You need to leave traces of your color in their memory, and they must do the same.
And which is why Lumine leaving traces in Lolly's memory was very important. In the sense that the Traveler is quite literally, well, probably one of the most important friends Lolly has made within the last 200-some years.
Even though I only confirmed that today, I've had suspicions for a long time. And, well, ever since Huitzilin died, I haven't wanted to form that kind of connection with people.
Such is the curse of, well, I don't know exactly, but I guess in this case the curse of being biologically immortal. You know, never aging whatsoever, living for hundreds of years, well, some few hundreds of years, and being forced to watch all the people you know and love die all around you.
Oh, yeah.
It was her final wish, so I kind of resigned myself to taking on the burden forever. After all, I have all the time in the world.
Well, that you do.
But Claw never stopped appointing new candidates to weave the scroll, despite knowing exactly how I felt about the situation.
You mean he never stopped trying to find new friends for you?
I knew exactly what he was doing. And yeah, if I ever did share my memories with someone, I guess that person would be a friend. But it never got to that point.
Because you never wanted to form those connections with anyone else. But the Traveler kind of broke that down for you.
This time, though, you win, Claw. Take this. I guess it's my response to what you told me the other night.
You mean the night when you were, like, crazy drunk and I almost thought you were gonna walk off the edge of the balloon? Oh boy! It's a paper!
What is it?
I just said it's a paper! Well, at least it looks like a paper.
If I had to choose my color, it would be the color of this handkerchief.
Okay, I was wrong. You win, game, and... well... I guess now we know.
Countless people exist in my memories, and I know one day that will be my fate, too. A memory living on in someone else's head.
Although for you, Sea Lolly, I almost imagine it ought to be a long time before that'll happen, but... true. Eventually, everyone is going to be a memory in someone else's head. Like, in the sense that my mom and grandma are always going to be memories in my head. So, they're not around, but that memory of them still remains. It's just unfortunate that for how much they meant so much to me, no one will ever get to truly know them as well as I did. Which is kind of why it's like I always share like those silly stories about them in streams and videos. And yeah, that light purple does especially work for her. And I'm gonna just saying that because that's literally like her color scheme, but I mean it is a very nice color, and well, I guess it kind of does work for her as well.
Since you have a long lifespan, you're the perfect candidate to bear this memory and carry my color in your mind.
Does this mean I'm officially your friend? Well, according to people on Twitter, they want you to become more than just friends.
Just keep it safe. And you better not forget my color when I'm gone.
Trust me, I will never forget about you. Well, both me, Ardred Shadow, and I imagine Lumine will never forget either.
Whoa. It's a little early to talk about death, don't you think? It's only been a few seconds since we made the friendship official.
Isn't that what friends are for?
Well, if you consider the fact that... I know what I want to say, I'm not sure if I should say it. Just out of risk of spoiler and me being wrong, but... at least... I don't know, it seems like both of them are kind of able to live a long time. Well, Ether and Lumine.
Okay, this is a serious commitment. Well, Seat Lolly, if the Traveler's going to leave their color in your mind too, it'll probably be gold, right?
Like her eyes that see everything. Or her hair.
Actually, their mark is already there. Remember the mind reading effect I couldn't fix? Well, I finally got to the bottom of it.
It's kind of mentioned, in fact, I think it's kind of mentioned in the Sumeru part of the story, which is why I'm a little hesitant to really say much.
Sharing senses allows communication to occur between the consciousness of different people. Naturally, memories are also involved in that process.
So that's how you're able to hear my thoughts?
Although I didn't know it at the time, we both have the ability to see the color of memory, which means that when I shared my senses with you, a connection was created between our memories.
And it's a connection that's still going even though you apparently fixed it.
And that connection is what caused my original spell to go haywire.
Yes, and that wasn't the only thing going haywire inside of you.
you can hear the traveler's thoughts because you left traces of color in each other's memories? And that's why the traveler could hear your thoughts too, because it works both ways, right?
Quick thinking, but only those trained in the mystic arts can maintain that level of connection. That's why I can still hear the traveler's thoughts, but not the other way around. There's no need to worry, though. Now that I've figured out how it works, I'll get rid of it in no time.
Will you?
Oh,
I lied. Hearing each other's thoughts actually depends on the strength of the connection between our memories.
Oh my god, we can hear her thoughts again, and... the head tilt she did.
So, after everything we just went through, I bet you can hear me again.
Yes, I can! My eyes can hear you loud and clear.
I knew it.
So, is there a way to stop it?
Since the connection between our memories is already there, the only way to get rid of the effect is for one of us to forget about the other.
But I don't want to forget about you.
Just messing with you. I'm a legendary shaman of my tribe. Now that I know the cause, of course I can figure out how to fix it.
Paimon, you're lost.
It'll probably take some time, though. So bear with me for now.
Okay, well, I guess this is going to forever be a mental bond we share.
Besides, I'm an open book. It's not like you're gonna hear anything embarrassing. Oh, unless I've had a few drinks.
Oh. Oh, so you can turn it off? That's a shame. Oh, so you can turn it off? That's good to hear. Let's get, okay, we can either be happy or disappointed. I'm gonna go with disappointed.
A shame? I mean, if you ever miss this whole telepathy mess, I could always share my senses with you again.
Okay.
No promises, though. Some thoughts are better kept to yourself.
Oh boy, yeah. Especially if you see like some of the fan art of you on Twitter. And yeah, it pretty much is like a double-edged sword in that regard.
Huh?
Paimon, go to sleep. Okay, see Lolly's handkerchief. Wait until morning next day. Well, we have her handkerchief now. Oh wait, what am I looking for? Quest items. Oops, no. No. Here it is. See, a handkerchief that Sweet Lolly gave you as a gift. May its colors ever stay in your memory. As a present and as a promise.
Yeah, publishing house has...
Okay, so we need to wait until... Oops. Sure. Meanwhile, I imagine Mr. Crazy Frenchman is still cowering in fear somewhere.
Military strategy in a simple and pragmatic way. Those are my favorite.
Oh, wait. Yeah, why don't I just do this?
Ah, you did it? Your investigation into the Battle of Seven Colors must have been fruitful indeed. I do hope you share what you learned.
I don't know if I'm allowed to.
Wow! The scroll is finished already! Elder Talapo's wisdom is never wrong.
Elder Talapo just wanted to make Sweet Lolly have more friends.
Yeah, we should explain. Take it away, Traveler.
Yeah, he probably is, and... Oh my god. If Lumine actually gets to talk here... Okay. At least.
I see.
You don't look surprised at all.
Well, probably nothing surprises him.
It makes perfect sense. History is the memory of a people. If we want to depict it, a dye derived from people's memories is, of course, the best choice.
Yep, especially when you, like, when you say it out loud like that, yeah, it does make sense.
Now, it's just a matter of preserving this secret technique.
Yep, and I guess it's not really a secret anymore.
From your description, it sounds like learning the technique requires the previous holder to share their memories.
Well, yeah.
Pretty much. And essentially to leave a memory behind in someone else's life.
In that case, I must work with our priests to reinvent the technique based on the principles you described.
Okay, good luck with that.
After all, memories are precious things, meant to be shared with those closest to us. I cannot take that choice away from you, traveler.
This I believe. And probably why I share a lot of my memories to anyone who cares to listen. And just, like I said, just the fact that I do want to keep those memories of, like, my mom and grandma alive.
You completed your task admirably. Finding a way to carry on that legacy is now our duty.
Yeah, the background music is definitely something. And they're both so happy.
Alright, we'll leave that to you.
Yeah, good luck with that.
And please pass along my thanks to Granny Eatstly.
Okay, I will. Assuming that the game will let her talk.
We interrogated the Fontanian merchant she apprehended, and it turns out he is the reason some among our tribe started to question our history.
Why does that not surprise me?
He hired people to spread misinformation about the Battle of Seven Colors. The recent friction within the tribe is entirely his doing.
Jeez. As if we need more reasons to hate that guy.
We now have a record of his crimes, and will begin working with Fontaine authorities in a few days.
Okay, good. Then hopefully he'll have a lot of fun being in the Fortress of Meropide.
So he was behind the controversy in the first place. Guess it's easier to investigate when people are already questioning something. Anyway, that clears it up. People don't just question their history out of nowhere.
Yep. Thank you, Burum. We'll be on our way.
Until we meet again.
Whenever that'll be. Okay, explain the situation to her. Although first...
Natlan's victory against the Abyss. Very fitting for a scroll like this. I wonder how long until Elder Talapo chooses the next appointed.
When Sitlali needs to have more friends.
Speaking of Elder Talapo, I heard he went missing yesterday. Do you know what happened?
He's right there! He's literally like 50 feet away from you. You just have to turn around.
Elder Talapo works in mysterious ways. The meaning of his departure will become clear in time, but for now, we cannot hope to fathom it.
Literally, just look to your right. You'll see him. See? Literally, he is right here. In fact, he's looking at all y'all right now. It's like, what? I don't know where he is. It's like, he's literally to your right. Okay, well now I have to go... Wait, what? Oh. Okay. Well. Is she over here then? Oh my god, she is! Kokomi's just staring at her. Oh wait, well I know what to do. And I just love the fact that they made her grumpy here. That way I can always see her being grumpy when I select her.
Whatever you need.
Yep, and right now, I need you to stare at yourself. Huh? And now you're gonna stare at yourself getting drunk. It's like, yep, that's what you look like when you get drunk. And now you can see it firsthand. But yeah, Lolly is definitely a trip in the sense that, like, when I first saw the whole Natlan, like, reveal for some of the characters, like, they kind of had that one image of Lolly, and I was just here like, I thought her design was very cute. And I was here like, okay, well, I might get her just based on design. And then I played this story and I'm like, oh my god, I'm serious. I seriously love you. Like, I honestly don't think I've liked a Genshin character this much since Mona. Which, yeah, in the last stream, if I seriously did have to choose, then Mona probably would be, like, the one I would settle with, as much as I like Nilou and Ayaka. But now Lolly would definitely make things a lot more difficult. Anyway.
You told him everything, right?
Yes.
Yep, we left out the part about your contribution, but it kinda seemed like Chief Biram saw through us.
Yeah, and he can probably see a lot.
You could have just said it was a gift from the spirits.
Well, I didn't know that. Yeah, but Chief Biram deserves something in return for his hard work. I'm sorry, okay? Please don't be mad at me.
I guess he is different from the previous chiefs. But if he figures out it was me all these years, I'm in for a world of trouble.
Oh. Okay, yeah, I can imagine. And, well, I imagine that he is different from most of the previous chiefs. Like, were most of the previous chiefs over 10 feet tall?
Huh, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Yeah, I guess. Well, especially, like, the way they treat her. Like, one of the things that I wasn't always, like, well, what am I trying to say? Like, the fact that almost everyone in the tribe sees Lolly as, like, some kind of scary monster or whatever, I'm like, she's not. Like, once you get to know her, it's, like, she's rough around the edges, but she just needs someone to be her friend and understand her.
Oh, it's the other Fontanian researcher. He wasn't taken away with his boss?
No, because he was actually a good person who cared about the preservation and accuracy of history, and yes, exactly, you understand. She's just grumpy. And as we've established, girls who are grumpy just need a little extra love and understanding. So, exactly.
Please, call me Allie. After questioning, the tribe absolved me of any serious wrongdoing, so here I am.
Yes, because Ali literally did nothing wrong. He was fooled by a lie like all of us were.
I'll be heading back to Fontaine soon. No employer means no funding, after all. But I wanted to finish my investigation first.
I know. Well, I just love her in general.
I'd like to ask some questions about Huitzilin. I want people outside of Natlan to hear her story, but my understanding still has some holes.
Yes, especially thanks to Montelucen basically screwing up history, or the perception of history.
Questions? Huh! Why should I let an Outlander tell our stories?
Well, I mean, I can understand why you're upset, but I think we can trust him to actually want to get, like, the right word of history out there.
Don't misunderstand. I have no intention of twisting your history or using it to make a profit. It's just honest curiosity, I assure you.
Yeah, you see, Montelucen wanted to do that, but at least the impression I always got from Alier is that, like, he's kind of a, like, hardcore historian. Like, he loves learning about this stuff for the sake of learning about other cultures and sharing his findings with people. In other words, he actually respects the culture. Montelucen he just wants money.
I believe amazing stories deserve to be shared with the world. Culture thrives through dialogue and exchange.
See, that's what I've always thought. And that's why, like, well, at least as, like, especially with my history classes, I've always liked learning about, like, other cultures and all that. And even now, like, I've always been fascinated by Japanese culture. He has a point.
All right, you can ask your questions, but be quick. I have important plans after this.
Yep. Reading and drinking until 2 a.m.
Important plans?
Paimon, go to sleep. They're important to her, so don't judge her.
Oh, thank you very much.
Are my eyes just gonna stand here watching? Oh, what? Okay.
Another day, another drained social battery.
Oh my god. You know, this reminds me of some stupid Discord post I made where I found this little write-up of Lolly, at least I think it was one of her voice lines, and I'm here like, if we take away the fact that she drinks alcohol, she's literally me, in a way. And yes, it's like, if I'm talking to someone or a bunch of people too much, then yes, I get drained too. We should probably get going then.
Uh-huh. Hold on. You owe me a pair of books.
I haven't forgotten.
Oh, that! When it comes to light novels, your memory is like a steel trap, huh?
Yeah, for good reason. Books that rare will take some time to find.
You're telling me. Yeah, it's not gonna be easy. You might need to go to Yai Publishing House in person.
Which is a hint for something that I'm going to do after we're done here.
But I don't need them right away. Just don't forget, okay?
I won't. I promise.
Of course! We'll get them sent to you as soon as we can!
Sent to me? Nuh-uh. I don't want a stranger knocking on my door when I'm hungover. Here, just take this.
What are you giving me? Is this the key to her heart? Okay, no. That had to be the stupidest thing I've ever... Well, one of the stupidest things I've ever said. Okay, well, this is a house key from her.
And this is?
It's a donut, Paimon. What do you think?
The key to my house. Don't bother knocking next time. You'll disturb my sleep.
Yeah, and you especially don't want to do that when she's working off a hangover. And we can see her do her sexy walk all the way from the distance. Alright. So now, I only know about this because of this video I watched. You don't have to do this, it isn't part of the mission. However, it is a bit of a secret mission. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. I love how, well, quote-unquote, interested she looks. Okay, now I have to remember where the hell Yai Publishing House is. Let's see. It's not you. Damn it, I can't remember! Wait, is it you? No, it's not you. I heard error. Well, unfortunately, I can't do anything about it right now. Because apparently St. Lolly's attacks do nothing to her. Here we go. Well, I guess this is technically St. Lolly living her dream of going to Yai Publishing House.
Come take a look.
Yeah, someone sent me to find a couple of books. Let's see. Okay, right. First edition of Shogun Almighty Reborn as Raiden with Unlimited Power. The limited edition deluxe of Pretty Please Kitsune Gucci. I know, well, unfortunately she lives all the way in Natland, so I mean, you would have to go to her, and even then, she probably wouldn't want to meet you, especially when she's working off a hangover. Are they still available? Oh, damn, well. I can pay you for them. Okay, so now that we have that, we are going to go to Lolly's house and hope I don't get lost. Yeah, I'm already getting lost. Wait, is it? Ah! Yay, I'm burning alive. I really am, too. Damn it. I always get turned around. Okay, there we go. I think. Yes. As so I don't get her wet. Yeah, there was really no other way I could have worded that. Okay, so now that we have that, we are just going to go ahead and put the books here. Yes, that's why I'm saying, but it's like, I didn't want her to go into the water and, you know. Okay, let's see. St. Lolly, we found the books you were looking for. You were sleeping when we got here and we didn't want to wake you. Maybe drink a little less next time, eh? And, well, on the video that I watched, someone in the comments said that you should have gotten a key to go to her bedroom. Yeah, because that's not going to be weird at all. Well, let's be real. We know why they wanted to do that. Okay, now I don't remember if I have to wait like an actual in-game day or what? If it's a real life day, well, that's gonna obviously be a bit of a problem. Okay, let's see. Did anything change? Nope. Okay, I guess it is an actual, like, real-life day that I have to come back. Okay, well, I guess not a lot I can do there. I just have to remember, okay, well, maybe next time I stream, I will have to, you know, come back here. Let's see. The key given to you by Sitlali so that you won't wake me up by beating on the door while I'm drunk. Yeah, because I mean, it's not a huge thing, but me personally, I thought it was kind of a cute detail because, like, if you come back the next day, you see that, oh, Sitlali did, like, see the books there, and, like, she read your note, and she's even, like, keeping the books extra nice and safe. Kind of like, you know, like, these books are, like, super important to her because, I mean, they're super rare and limited edition, but also because they're a gift from you. And that was just something that I thought was kind of a cute detail, and well, you all know I'm a sucker for details like that, so... Oh. Okay. Oh. Of course, Sitlali. Okay, now I get to watch her be drunk again. Okay. I'll take those. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get her. I'm like 65 wishes in. And considering I went for... Well, no. I was going for Sitlali, I got Kuching, then I went again, got her. Then I tried going for Moeka, because I did have some left over. Got Tenari, and now pretty much this is where I'm standing. So I don't know. But I mean, if anything, if we go off the whole cryo jail thing, at least I feel like I made the right decision. Both in terms of like gameplay strategy and in my heart. Because if I really did have to choose, it's always going to be her in my heart. Always. Anyway. My stupidity aside. Let me see. Okay. So one of the next things I would probably have to do, and this might be the next stream, is going to be Moeka's story quest. That way I can get those bonus rewards out of it. And, okay, yeah, like, I imagine anyone who's into that, like, that's going to be their favorite angle. Of course, then again, like, if you go into, well, okay, I don't think it'll be the first thing you see anymore when you look up Sitlali in the Hoyo Lab app, but the first post I ever saw was talking about her nails, which, you know, it's kind of hard to show that, but it's like her nails are mostly purple except for like the one in the middle where it's like a lighter shade of purple. And according to fashion, that is called an accent nail. But that's not the thing, though. Because the first thing that they actually took a picture of was down here. Her feet. To show that...
I've read almost every novel from Yai Publishing House. Pretty normal, right?
Of course it is, and if anyone says it's not, well, screw them. Anyway, I was going to say is, like, that's literally the first thing I see whenever I would look her up. And I'm like, okay.
Return to the skies.
Let's see. Oh. Let us go see Catherine.
Add Astro.
Okay, take that. No, not that. Okay, I'll take that. Okay, yep, there's her thing. Evil! Yeah, I'm here like, look at all these story quests I have to do. Let's see, what time is it? Okay, well, you know what? Considering... Oh, good morning. What was I gonna say? Considering I know nothing about her, and I seriously think that she is a very beautiful, intelligent woman, I want to see what she actually is like. Oh, hello. All the way to Port Ormos. I kind of wonder what would happen if I were to look up Seat Lolly in the Hoyle Lab app now. I actually don't know if you should leave or not, because I don't know anything! Okay, well, we're gonna talk to Tenari.
I thought I told him to spray it with water to retain moisture before applying the film.
And luckily, since this was before the strike, I can hear his voice.
You can't treat a glaze lily like a cactus. If Sanjay does this again, the loss will have to come out of his food expenses.
I'll go talk to him. At this rate, he won't even be able to afford eating cacti for much longer.
What?
Hey, Tainari!
Oh, it's you two. It's been a while. What brings you to Port Ormos?
I just wanted to see this very sexy blonde woman who is like ultra sexy and intelligent and has beautiful legs, and the game told me to come here. So, yeah, pretty much. Okay, so yeah, because I heard that Emberly Connors was trying to like round up some people to go over to her studio, and like, again, more power to her. Like, if she can do it, like, yeah, way to go. Stick it to... Well, I don't even know the name of the company that Mihoyo was using for the VAs, so... But whoever they are, it's like, yeah, for real. Just... That way, you know...
We didn't have anything to do, and this place looked pretty lively, so we decided to stop by. But, what's with all the flowers around here?
Do you have a problem with flowers?
Well, Port Ormos is currently organizing a flower exhibition featuring flowers and plants from all over Tevat, so I came to help out.
Oh, okay. Because that's pretty much your specialty.
The exhibition includes flowers from every corner of the world, each with their own unique properties and needs. With that in mind, the curator commissioned a flower pot from Kasharuar, capable of retaining heat and moisture.
Oh, without a doubt. She is very talented. Like, she has a very incredible range. Like, of course, there's a there's a few anime roles that I do remember for her, like off the top of my head, like Miss Joke in My Hero Academia, Peak in Attack on Titan, Komi from Komi Can't Communicate. And I recently learned I sort of learned that she is the voice of a certain grumpy character. And, well, I cannot say the name of the series. And, of course, Farina and Focalors. And, I mean, just the range between Focalors and Farina shows, like, yeah, she has a lot of, like, diversity there. Not to mention just the fact that, my god, I wish I could hear Focalors' voice again, because, like, seriously, I'm just here like, I wish you could just hear her, like, non-stop talking again. Like, if you could give us a skin of Focalors for Farina, and then just have her do the Focalors voice, like, I'm fine, like, I will buy it. But, yeah, okay. Me and crushing on the sound of her voice aside, like, yeah. And so the fact that she was able to get a voice acting studio company, like, set up, like, yeah, that is incredible. And I mean, and she's, like, in her early 30s, so I mean, like, she definitely has a lot ahead of her. Like, she's already accomplished so much in such a short time, so I mean, like, hell yeah, definitely. She is. And, okay, well, you didn't miss much. You just missed me. Yeah, in fact, I think she's supposed to be, like... Okay, well, maybe not early 30s, maybe 33, 34, I don't know. No, she's not. She is not. Because I do remember, like, I did look up some information on her, because, like, yeah, I just wanted to see, like, yeah, what else is she in, and, yeah, apparently she, at least, like, yeah, her and Christina V are probably, like, around the same age range. And Christina V, I think, mid-30s, I think? I'm not sure, and, well, I'm not exactly going to look up their date of birth right now. And anyway, the only thing you missed was me, like, fanboying over Christina V. Well, her too, but fanboying over Amberly Connors and just her attractive voice and how she voices a lot of characters I like, including that one girl who I'm going to base Reiko off of from that series I cannot mention.
Even so, an expert is still required to develop tailored transportation and care plans for each type of flower.
Yeah, I can imagine, because different plants have different, like, needs.
Oh, and that expert is you, right?
Paimon. So Karina Betger's voice for Paimon. I was okay with Paimon, like, very early game, but then, like, after Inazuma, when they perfected Paimon's voice, and she literally hurt my ears the one time she got all, like, panicky and crying, and I'm like, oh my god, my ears, you're literally hurting my ears. Like, her high-pitched, squeaky voice just... like, I know that's a point of contention for a lot of people, and they have said, like, oh, well, I don't like her voice because, yeah, high-pitched, squeaky voice, annoying, in my case, hurting my ears. The worst part, though, is the fact that she pretty much does the talking for both her and the Traveler. And more often than not, Paimon just states the obvious a lot. Yes, early Paimon was better, and that's why I'm here, like... the fact that this is supposed to... well, this is basically Paimon perfected, I'm kind of here like, dang it, can we go back?
Not this time, no. I'm just here to help out. The expert in charge is someone else.
Yes, and I came here to meet her.
Mr. Tainari, Sanjay, he confused the poisonous bulbs with garlic shoots, and he ate them.
Well then.
Never mind. Forget about what I said about the food expenses.
I know. And that's kind of why, like, a running joke in my streams is when I say, Paimon, go to sleep.
Apologies, Traveler, Paimon. Looks like I've got something to take care of. I'll be back in just a moment.
Okay.
Tainari's busy no matter where he is, huh?
So it would seem. Too many people are careless about what they eat. Too many people don't do as they're told.
Yeah, seems like it. Hey, don't look at Paimon like that! Paimon is super careful about what she eats.
The problem isn't what you eat. The problem is how much you eat.
Well, looks like Tainari might be busy for a while. Let's take a look around the port in the meantime.
But where's the sexy French lady? I'm not sure, actually. Part of me almost feels like it may not make a huge difference, but I could be wrong. Kind of hard to say.
Wow, look at these flowers! They smell so...
Okay, so it looks like Pimin is allergic.
Huh?
Oh my god, there she is! I recognize those thighs! I mean... Something wrong? You feeling okay?
Paimon's... fine. She's just got a little...
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilia's? No wonder.
Okay. Yes. Quite the camera angle, wouldn't you say?
It's getting worse. Why?
Maybe you're sick. Should we go find Tanari?
But, I was fine just a moment ago. She didn't even eat anything weird.
Well, you don't have to eat anything weird to have an allergic reaction. I mean, you could literally just, in this case, walk into a bunch of plants and have, like, the pollen whatever affect you. And trust me, I've had that happen.
Ah, a moment of your time, you two? If it's not too much trouble, perhaps you could try this incense.
Man, the camera really knows what they're doing.
Incense? Oh, the scent is so nice! Wait!
That is a theory I've seen. You can talk normally now. If only we could restore your voice from the early 2.0 updates.
Whoa, that was fast! Paimon doesn't have to sneeze anymore!
Maybe must have been the incense. Thank you. Thank you, almighty perfume goddess.
Think nothing of it. From your attire, I imagine you two aren't from Sumeru either.
She's not from this planet in general.
Seeing as we're both travelers from abroad, it's only right that we help each other out should the occasion arise.
You're also both blonde.
Oh, so you're here for the flower exhibition too?
Yeah, but probably not for the reason you think so. Yeah, I guess unless they... Well, I guess we won't know. Okay then, Creeper. Well, thanks for stopping by and take care of what you need to.
I suppose that's accurate. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Emily, a perfumer from Fontaine.
Yep, see you next time.
Paimon is Paimon. Thank you so much for your help just now. Oh, and this is...
Bye, Creeper.
The Traveler, right? I've heard a lot about you from the Steambird. It's nice to finally put a face to the name.
Yep, and you can finally see the empty eyes of doom. I've heard a lot about you as well. Not really! I know next to nothing about you other than you sell perfume, and just looking at you that I just love your sense of fashion, and seriously, your legs are beautiful and they could probably rival Yaimiko's. And I also know that people make fun of your voice, and I wish they didn't. She is a 5-star, and I do have her. She's one of the only 5-star characters that doesn't do a damn thing in the story. That's one of the things that always confuses me. Like, yeah, you just dropped her in out of nowhere, and, well, I'll show you when we're done, assuming that we're done in a while here. I've heard a lot about you as well, although I didn't expect to run into you in Sumeru. I know, I was actually expecting this to be in Fontaine.
What happened back there? Why did Paimon start sneezing all of a sudden?
Yeah, so far I think her voice is fine.
Have you ever heard of hay fever?
I think so, but I don't know much about it.
To put it simply, when inhaled, certain pollens can trigger abnormal physical reactions.
Well, I love her design.
But Paimon has seen these kinds of flowers before and nothing weird happened then.
Yes, but have you been around these flowers when they're all together at the same time?
Well, we're all different. The factors that can trigger a reaction to certain stimuli vary by person. In isolation, the effects of certain pollens may seem minimal, but inhaling various types at once can trigger a more overt reaction.
So basically, yes, having all of them together like that and then just walking up next to them, yeah, triggered an allergic reaction. And seriously, see, like, this woman is intelligent. Like, jeez.
But there's no need to worry. Pollen allergies can be effectively mitigated with the use of medication.
And yeah, I guess if my affinity for Monica and Yuri is any indication, yes, I guess you could say I do really like seeing a very intelligent woman. Especially if I think back to Maddie and how, like, I always saw her as being, like, more intelligent than I was.
Oh, well, that's good.
Traveler, Paimon, there you are. Is everything all right?
Pimin was just having an allergic reaction. I don't know if I can comment on that.
I left in such a hurry, I forgot to warn you about all the pollen in the air.
Yeah, Paimon was not having a good time. But Emily helped us out by being super sexy and intelligent.
Emily? Ah, what a coincidence. Looks like my worry was misplaced then. The Traveler and Paimon are in good hands.
It was nothing, really. We happened to run into each other shortly after my arrival, and I offered them a bit of help, that's all. I'm more curious as to why you thought the Traveler and Paimon were in danger. Allergies are highly unpredictable. If you were concerned the pollen might trigger a reaction, that must mean something similar has happened in the past.
Something like that, yeah.
Remember the first time we met? You fainted after inhaling Spirit Borneal.
Oh, yeah. You have to forgive me, that was like 2 years ago. That was an allergic reaction? But Paimon was the victim this time.
The Spirit Borneal didn't affect Paimon at all, and now she's the one suffering. It makes no sense.
Yeah, unfortunately I can't say much because I don't remember too much.
It's not really something you can make sense out of, Paimon. There are all kinds of allergies out there, caused by a variety of different factors. Some people are even allergic to almonds. It's not something you can generalize.
Yeah, and some people are allergic to peanut butter and any sort of peanut-derived products, so you see, like, everyone's different.
Exactly. I even encountered a case in Fontaine where someone had an allergic reaction to soba noodles their family brought back from Inazuma.
Oh, that must have sucked.
Whoa. Good thing Paimon isn't allergic to anything delicious.
Are you a doctor, Emily? Seriously, like, she could be.
In a manner of speaking, although you could say the patients I deal with are rather unusual.
In addition to medicine, Emily is also very knowledgeable about botany. She's taught me a lot about the native flora around Fontaine.
And that's where my expertise ends, I'm afraid. When it comes to breadth of knowledge, Tainari certainly comes out on top.
Oh, so I guess you're learning from each other.
A flower expert? Oh, Paimon's got it! You must be the expert Tainari mentioned, the one in charge of the exhibition!
Yes.
Wrong again, I'm afraid.
No?
I did come for the exhibition, but only to inquire about the Auguste variety. I'm not involved in any official capacity.
Ah.
Oh, Paimon was sure she got it right this time.
The Auguste variety? What's that?
It's a kind of flower that was once popular in Fontaine. The perfume made from it also bears the same name, Auguste.
Okay, well, that makes it easy.
Auguste, huh? That's not a name you hear often nowadays.
No, it isn't.
In an ancient language, the word is said to mean sacred or noble. It's sometimes used as a name for people as well.
Okay. Like Augustine, which is a name I've heard. Or if we think of the name Augustus from ancient Rome.
Ah, that reminds me. Are you familiar with a historical event in Fontaine known as Perfume Mania?
Not really. This is the first time I've heard of it.
Perfume Mania was an event that occurred in Fontaine nearly 20 years ago.
Okay, do tell. Okay, first, get that going.
It all started when several merchants released their own lines of high-end, expensive perfumes, marketing them as must-have luxury products, the very symbol of elegance itself.
And yet this picture portrays, like, it almost looks like rioting, like they're banging down the doors, being like, let us in!
No one anticipated the absolute frenzy this would create on the market, causing the price of perfumes to skyrocket.
Which is why I guess they want to get in.
The demand was twofold. What some saw as a status symbol, most saw as a money-making opportunity. You could take advantage of the soaring price by hoarding them and reselling at even higher margins.
So basically what scalpers do in the Transformers community.
The value of these products became so inflated, regular bottles of perfume were even going for hundreds of thousands of mora. This resulted in countless disputes and scams.
Oh yeah, I can definitely imagine something like that. Which I know happened, especially like when the PS5 came out too. A lot of people were like buying them up in droves and reselling them, and in some cases, they would scam people like, oh hey, yeah, here's a PS5, and then it's like, it's just a like a ton of sand or something in the box. Yeah, you're close to fighting Raiden Shogun.
But at the end of the day, perfume is just perfume. The market value greatly exceeded the intrinsic worth of the product, creating an economic bubble that was never going to last.
And thus, the demand and supply basically crashed.
Luckily, the Palais Mermonia recognized the danger and intervened before the craze could truly spread. Many profiteers and scammers were thrown in jail as a result.
Ha! Serves them right.
In the end, only a few wealthy families were affected when the bubble popped.
That's good. It could have been a lot worse. Oh, I almost called her Lumine. I'm sorry, Emily, I'm sorry. You just both have blonde hair, and if you had like the sides of your hair grow out a little bit longer, you could almost look like Lumine's big sister. So, I'm sorry. Anyway, I was going to say Emily looks so sad.
What does all this have to do with that Auguste you mentioned earlier?
Well, during the craze, the most popular perfume was none other than Auguste. The demand far exceeded the supply, to the point where it once sold for 10 million mora a bottle.
10 million mora.
10 million? Then what about now?
Calm down, Pimin.
After the mania ended, most perfumes returned to a normal price. Auguste was the only exception.
Oh, okay.
Its namesake, the flower used to create it, went extinct. As a result, no new bottles of Auguste have been made, and the value of the perfume remains exceedingly high.
The flower went extinct? That is a thing that can happen.
Indeed. The Auguste flower was not a natural variety, you see. It was specially cultivated for use in perfume making.
Oh. So basically, it was, well, I guess for lack of a better way to put it was scientifically engineered for this purpose alone.
When the bubble popped, all the flower beds used for its cultivation were destroyed in a fire. The variety has never been seen since.
Where did this fire come from?
But didn't you say you came to the exhibition to look for it?
Ah, yes. I came to investigate a certain rumor that the Auguste flower has reappeared in Sumeru. It's causing quite the stir in the Fontaine perfume market.
Oh yeah, something like that I can imagine.
Traveler, we should help Emily look for it.
I'll help her look for anything. It's just a rumor, Paimon. There's no way it's that easy to find. Oh my god, what's that behind you?
I have to agree. Emily wrote me to ask if I could look into the rumor, but the forest rangers haven't received any reports of new plant species recently.
Even if I can locate the flower, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Paimon. I don't have any grand Mora making endeavors planned.
That's because Emily is a nice person and isn't all about trying to make money. Haha.
Divine, noble, one of a kind. All beautiful sentiments to be sure, but to me, they overshadow the very essence of the product.
Those are also some words I could very easily use to describe you.
When it comes to perfume, I want people to forget the price and the prestige, and focus on the beauty of the fragrance itself.
Yeah, I guess it's not so much about the status, but just, like, yeah, what the perfume actually brings. In which case, the fragrance, the smell.
Wow, so noble.
Yes, I just said that about her.
Of course, there's also a more practical reason. In recent years, low-grade counterfeit versions of Auguste have been popping up on the Fontaine perfume market.
Oh, great. So now we have to worry about counterfeit perfumes being made.
Every so often, someone will claim to have recreated the unique scent of a goose, and the rumor mill will start comparing the counterfeits to my own work.
Well, has that caused, like, any major trouble for you?
Okay, that's more like the reason Paimon had in mind.
Ever since that rumor started, 3 new perfumes claiming to be made from the Auguste flower have appeared on the market. If I can dispel the fanaticism surrounding Auguste, even just by proving the rumor to be false, Fontaine's perfume market can finally start to get back to normal.
And I guess people will not be going crazy.
Then I'll be free from all the stories and added meaning and just focus on making what I like.
Okay, and man, her legs, seriously.
That makes sense.
Either way, even if it's not for Mora, we could still help you out.
Oh, I would of course be grateful for your help, but I wouldn't want to trouble you.
It's no trouble at all.
Well, you said it yourself. We're both travelers from abroad, so it's only right that we help each other out.
And seriously, you look like you almost could be Lumine's big sister.
Ha! I suppose you're right. Then you have my thanks.
Based on the information I have so far, it's unclear if the rumor is true. Mr. Edgar also thinks it's too early to say. But you could always go talk to him. He was there all those years ago, after all. Maybe he'll know something.
Okay.
Huh, I was just about to pay him a visit at the hotel.
Edgar? Who's that?
Someone we're probably gonna hear about right now.
The person you've been trying to guess this whole time. The flower expert in charge of the exhibition. He's also the most respected and experienced perfumer in the area.
Oh, okay.
Back when he was still working in Fontaine, Auguste was his creation.
So then, it's also technically his fault this thing happened in the first place.
I should also mention, he was my teacher, the one who taught me the basics of perfumery when I apprenticed in Sumeru.
Oh, okay.
So this guy was a famous perfumer in Fontaine, but then he came to Sumeru to teach people from Fontaine? It sounds confusing.
It's a long story. If you're interested, we can talk more about it when we see him. He should be staying near the hotel.
Okay, can I talk now? Okay. Right, so... like... Yep, see? Oh, well, technically... Oh, ah. Yep, see? 5-star. She's the only 5-star character that doesn't do a damn thing in the Fontaine story. Like, she seriously just felt like she was tacked on at the end, like, near the end of the, like, the 4.0, 4.8, like, timeline there. So that's why I'm just here like, yeah, I don't know what her deal is. And why it's like, she is a literal mystery to me. You know, outside of the fact that, like, she just checks a lot of the right boxes for me. Put it that way. It's like, I just think she is, like, from what little I've seen of her, like, obviously a very beautiful woman and very intelligent as well. And, like, just that one conversation we had with her proves it. And like I said, seriously, her legs and even her shoes are kind of classy. And what pisses me off the most, though, is the fact that there's not a lot of fan art of her. Like, I'm definitely very happy with the tons and tons of fan art of Citlali that I'm seeing on Twitter, but I'm practically, like, scraping the bottom of the barrel trying to find anything for her. And it's just a shame because, like I said, I just really am in love with her design.
I need to stay back and keep an eye on things here at the port. If something happens, don't hesitate to find me.
Okay. Man, let me see. Well, if I bring her out...
I'm quite flattered.
You should be. Even her attacks are graceful. Where am I going? Okay, up here. Oh, wait. Okay. Not enough. We'll have to hold off.
Oh, look at all the flowers!
Apparently, the exhibitor paid a large sum to rent out the hotel and surrounding buildings. They're being used as temporary storage facilities and lodging for exhibition personnel.
Seems a bit excessive. Well, maybe there's a lot that... Well, there's probably a lot that goes into it, let's be real.
Yeah, what if guests come early? They won't have anywhere to stay. Also, renting out this big of a hotel, how are they gonna make that Mora back?
Seems like they might have Mora to burn.
It's been so long, I almost didn't recognize you, Edgar.
Okay, that answers that question.
Well, you and your brother haven't changed a bit.
Now I just don't know who these two are.
Oh, yeah, all this catching up is nice and all, but let's get down to business. We need to talk about Kyria. Is he...
Hold on, we have guests.
It's nice to see you again, Master.
Emily? Is that you? Oh, it's been years. Look at you. You're all grown up.
You better not say something about how he reminds you, or she reminds you of your... Okay, no. I'm sorry, it's too easy. Especially because, yeah, that freaky old man kind of... Like, that line lives on in my head, rent-free.
I've heard you've become quite the famous perfumer in Fontaine. It would seem the student has surpassed the master.
Oh, well, it's all thanks to your mentorship.
Ah, hardly. I taught you the basics. Hearing you call me master, well, I'm not sure I'm deserving of that title.
Yes. Just like... I'm just saying, because the fact that he's looking at her and then he's saying, like, you're all grown up, like... It just makes me think of, like... yeah, like, pretty much like that man. I'm just like, oh, God. Like, seriously. I can't get that out of my head.
I've taught many students here in Sumeru over the years, but I've yet to see one turn out quite as accomplished as you. You're the only one who can take credit for that success. And who are these two? I don't recall you mentioning them in your letter.
That's because we just met 10 minutes ago.
Ah, they're my new friends, the Traveler and Paimon.
My eyes are pleased to meet you. Or, pleasure to meet you, Mr. Edgar. My eyes will get very acquainted with you.
Emily's friends. Well then, the pleasure is all mine.
And these two gentlemen? Are they friends of yours, Master?
Emily doesn't look like she trusts them.
Of course. We're perfume merchants from Fontaine.
Yeah, Emily probably has very good reasons not to trust them, but we'll wait and see.
I'm Ood, and this here is my younger brother, Blaze. Edgar and the two of us are old friends. Isn't that right, gentlemen?
Yeah, sure, everyone's friends here. Please don't kill me. Exactly, yeah. Please don't hurt my family.
Yes.
Merchant Brothers?
Yeah, if anyone is aware of like who's probably out there in the perfume market, I'm sure it's got to be her.
You must be here to look for the August flower then.
Paimon, shut up!
Huh?
Now look what you've done!
Well, what respectable perfume merchant hasn't heard of a goose? Anyone in the business would be interested in the rumors.
You're just interested in the money, aren't you?
I'm guessing you're here for the same reason, Emily. We were just about to get into it, so you three might as well join in. I commissioned a few eremites to do some scouting for me. They searched all over Sumeru, but there were no sightings of the August flower. That being said, there are people in Port Ormos who claim to have smelled a unique fragrance on the streets. Definitely floral, but still distinct. Some of them were merchants who lived in Fontaine 20 years ago. According to them, the fragrance smelled exactly like the August they remember from back then. A one-of-a-kind, divine, and noble scent.
Maybe someone around here just happens to have a bottle of August from back then.
That'd be kind of crazy. It's like, it's a literal artifact or relic from a time long past.
No, I don't think so. I doubt that's the case. Even if someone had a bottle that was never opened, the fragrance of the perfume would have changed over time. Very few perfumes can go decades without a change in scent.
Yeah, I'm kind of here thinking, wouldn't the fragrance become less potent? If you go years and years, like eventually it loses some of that and it's not as potent, and probably the smell itself isn't all that great as what it once was.
Auguste is even more prone to that kind of shift. Only a few bottles still exist in Fontaine, and their scent would have completely degraded by now.
Well then.
Although, could there be a flower out there with a similar fragrance? Or in accord with the same base notes?
So in other words, a way to recreate that exact fragrance?
Impossible! If a goose were that easy to replicate, it would never have sold for such a high price all those years ago. The Auguste flower is back. It has to be.
Okay then, Ninja. See you later then.
Technically speaking, the scent wouldn't be impossible to imitate.
It would probably just take forever to, chemically recreate it.
Well, let's table that question for now. Edgar, did any of those people mention where the scent was coming from?
Yep, good night.
No. By the time they realized they had smelled something, the scent was already gone. If I hadn't asked about it, they probably wouldn't have given the experience a second thought. Compared to things we see and hear, smells can be much easier to overlook.
True.
It almost sounds like someone wearing the Auguste fragrance passed them on the street.
Wait, are you saying...
Just thinking out loud. Don't pay me any mind.
We don't have much to go off of right now, but we can't rule out that possibility. I'll send some more people to investigate. You all traveled so far to be here. Why don't you rest in the hotel for a bit? Oud, Blaze, this is the key to your room.
Ooh, you've got the keys to the room? Do we get free lodging too?
Really, Paimon?
My apologies. All the rooms in the hotel are accounted for, I'm afraid. Most are being used for storage ahead of the exhibition, you see. I managed to tidy up one of the rooms for these two at the last minute, but by the time Emily wrote to me, there was no more space left for her to stay.
So then where is she staying?
Oh, and we just showed up out of the blue. Guess that means there's definitely no space for us.
I should have been more considerate. Here I am with an entire hotel at my disposal and no place to offer you to stay, even after you made the trip all the way to Sumeru.
yeah, what's up with that? Is well, I mean, Traveler will be fine. I'm just here like, what about Emily though? Because yeah, she came all the way from Fontaine over here, so
Don't worry, Master. I can sleep on the boat tonight. Or I could even camp in the wild. It would give me the opportunity to collect some plant specimens while I'm here in Sumeru.
well, okay. I'm familiar with the Samara Wilderness. I'll come with.
Ah, even better.
Yes.
Although, would it be possible for me to leave some of my luggage here? It would be rather cumbersome to take it camping. It shouldn't take up too much space.
Well, about that.
Oh, what? It seems like Edgar and the others don't want anyone to stay near the hotel. But they're also not trying to arouse suspicion. I'm not just imagining things, am I? No, I don't think so. 'Cause yeah, I'm seeing it too.
Of course, no trouble at all. My brother and I will keep an eye on them for you, as long as you don't mind, mademoiselle.
You better not go through her stuff.
All right, then. Oud, why don't you take Emily inside and find a suitable place for her luggage? I'll prepare some refreshments and join you in a bit.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry I couldn't offer you a room.
It's all right, Master. I know it was sudden.
I'll be sure to make it up to you with a nice cup of tea.
Okay. Oh, wait. Considering we're in Sumeru, well, that means I'm gonna have to say goodbye to Emily.
There are still so many places for us to explore.
Yes!
Now is not a good time for guests.
Oh, why is it not a good time for guests? Do tell. Do the funny run. Oh, what? Oh, okay. Unsigned note. Okay. Looked like she was just gonna walk through the door, like, well, pass through it.
Whoa, the smell of flowers is so strong. Didn't Edgar say he tidied up around here? There's still so many flowers. Hyman took a peek through the window earlier and his house was packed with flowers. Looks like this exhibition is gonna be huge.
Do all perfumers have houses filled with flowers?
No, that's a florist thing.
Oh. Yeah, and you're a botanist.
We work closely with the essential oils of various plants. But to maintain a sharp sense of smell, most perfumers prefer to keep their homes free of strong odors.
Yeah, most likely that way it doesn't, like, conflict with the results, or the... Like, when you're trying to, I guess, work with fragrances, that way you don't have, like, some outside sources messing with your, you know, the perception of it. And, I know what I'm saying, but...
Oh, guess there's just too much to store for the exhibition then.
What's behind this door? It's a brand new car! Okay, no.
Oh, this room seems to be a connected suite, and my brother will be staying on the other side of the suite. Blaze, while you're out, why don't you bring our luggage over as well? Ahem, Blaze!
Yes, of course.
All right, then. Where can we find your luggage, mademoiselle? Blaze will go fetch it for you.
It's still at the port. In addition to some daily necessities, there's also a case of amber wine that I brought back from Fontaine. Could I trouble you to bring that back as well? It would be the perfect way to repay you for your hospitality.
How generous. I should thank you on my brother's behalf. You've stumbled upon his weakness. He's aloof about most things, but alcohol is his one true love.
Okay. I imagine Sweet Lolly would have a field day with that.
Is that so?
Amber wine. Now that's a Fontaine specialty I've never heard of before. Yeah, it's like, wouldn't that be a Mondstadt thing?
Mr. Ood, Mr. Blaze, thanks for...
Hey! What are you doing?
Oh, dear.
That's Master's voice.
Yes. Quick, let's see what's going on. Well, I say as I... Oh, I can actually... Okay. Well, I'm gonna leave this way.
Edgar!
What happened?
Master!
Hey, Edgar! Are you alright? Can you hear me?
Who did this?
Kyria. August.
Kyria.
Hey, Edgar? Edgar!
He's still breathing.
No, don't shake him. He's injured. Just leave him to me. You two can...
We'll investigate the scene. We'll try to see where the culprit went.
Oh, thank you.
Everyone hold hands.
I hope we're not too late.
Why would we be too late?
Skin is flushed, pupils are dilated, but he's still breathing.
Yeah, so he's fine in that regard, but yeah, definitely unconscious, and yeah, something went on here, but I don't know what. Check the bottle.
That strange smell around here. Is it coming from this bottle?
I don't know. It's only a small amount of liquid is left inside the bottle, and the streaks of residue can be seen on both the mouth and the sides of the vessel. Seems like someone forcibly poured out whatever was inside the bottle. I have a feeling the liquid in this bottle is...
Oh, really? You think so?
It might be.
I see everything.
Edgar, that idiot. How did he let Kyria get to him so easily?
Sure enough, this is where Kyria was hiding.
Man, Nahida just kind of breaks this. Oh, wait.
Do you think whoever did this was hiding in the flowers before they attacked Edgar?
They could have. There are no footprints in the flower beds, and it doesn't look like any of the branches or leaves have been disturbed. Okay, so I guess that's a no. Unless the culprit was your size, then that would be pretty difficult.
True.
Do your funny run. Okay, I know it's telling me to go talk to them, but... before we do that... Okay. This looks kind of like... I don't know. She looks like she's ready, or she's trying to get ready to do her homework. The stand display flowers from various nations. Looking at the flower pot in the middle, the soil seems to have been disturbed recently. I'm jumping on the bed. Okay. Okay, and Emily just randomly stood up to crouch back down. Oh, no, don't jump off there. Oh, hello.
Not bad. It's all yours.
Thank you.
Yeah!
Okay, I guess I have no choice. I am gonna have to talk to these guys.
I checked. It doesn't look like anyone passed through here.
Oh, but that's impossible. It's not like that kid can just grow some wings and fly away.
That kid?
Oh, the culprit, I mean. It's not like the culprit could have just disappeared into thin air.
Okay.
Well, we looked all over, but the only clue we found was that bottle.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, and whatever Nahida heard from them, but obviously Nahida breaks this.
The most important thing we can do now is focus our efforts on treating Master. Can you help me move him inside?
Absolutely.
So, how's he doing?
When I administered emergency treatment, I discovered a residue in his nose and mouth. Master was most likely forced to ingest a certain liquid.
This is my only account.
He's still unconscious, and inducing vomiting could obstruct his airways. We'll have to look into other clues for now.
We found this bottle just now.
Ah, yes. The scent is the same, but the chemical composition is still unclear. We'll have to do further tests to determine if it's the same liquid, and how toxic it is to the human body.
AR-60.
But first, I do believe there are two people who could shed some light on the situation.
Yes, some very shady people.
Mr. Sylvain, Mr. Lucien.
Oh. So you're acquainted with them.
Wait, you know...
Hey!
Oh, well, he reacted. So, the jig's up.
Were you talking to us, mademoiselle? I'm afraid we'd never heard of those names before.
Yeah, this is story quest.
Before arriving in Sumeru, I asked a friend from the Special Patrol to look into the creators of Auguste. There were 4 people in total. The perfumer, Edgar, the one thrust into the limelight, and 3 others.
I used to multi-stream. Now I just stream on YouTube only.
A researcher from Sumeru responsible for cultivating the Auguste flower, and 2 merchant brothers responsible for promoting the product on the market.
And lo and behold, it happens to be these 2 idiots.
The 2 brothers capitalized on the mythos surrounding Auguste. Their actions lured in numerous speculators and profiteers, inflating the price of Auguste even further.
Man, they almost sound like Mr. Monteluse. Except, obviously, he was obsessed with trying to mess up history for a profit. They just want to make a profit.
In the end, they were sent to the Fortress of Meripede for falsifying their accounts and destabilizing the market. If you do the math, they should be out of prison by now.
This is Sexy Emily's quest. And I saw this clip. I was here.
Huh. And what does that have to do with us? There are countless merchant families in Fontaine. You gonna accuse them of being criminals too?
So this is the part where the Traveler gets super defensive over Emily.
Every time your brother called you Blaze, it took you several seconds to respond. but when I called you Lucian just now, the name registered immediately.
Yeah, funny that, isn't it? And yeah, because seriously, MiHoYo just gave Emily the short end of the stick, and like I was saying earlier before you came here, there's like no fan art of her, and I'm very sad because she has like a very beautiful design. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm very happy with like all the Lolly fan art that I've been seeing, because she has a very beautiful design too. But come on, yes, this is on PS5. I used to play this on PS4.
Ah, Miss Emily, out of respect for your position as a famous perfumer in Fontaine, I'm inclined to believe that was simply a poor attempt at humor.
Oh yeah, well the act you're putting on is bad comedy.
You have a bright future ahead of you. You wouldn't want to develop a reputation as someone who throws around false accusations, especially among merchant circles.
Okay, now I can see why the Traveler got defensive of her, because yeah, seriously, what the hell's wrong with you? You better not mess with her career.
You claim to be regular perfume merchants, and yet, when I brought up amber wine, you took it to be alcohol.
What?
Just as I thought. No, I stream other games. I've just been doing a lot of Genshin lately just because, well, life has kind of interfered with my other stuff, and I really need to play catch up on this.
Amber wine is a perfume I created several years ago. It wasn't particularly renowned, but I'm certain any respectable perfume merchant in Fontaine would know of it.
And, well, they're not respectable.
Unless, until recently, they were living somewhere completely cut off from the perfume world. Somewhere like the Fortress of Meripede, perhaps?
Emily, you little...
Don't even think about it. Or else I'll chop your fucking head off if you lay a finger on her. Well, okay. I also play Star Rail, which I need to get back to that. I also do Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, also need to get back to that. And I was also doing Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, the remake. I'm super close to finishing that, but yeah. Life kind of happened, and yeah, that's kind of kept me from playing the other games, but Genshin's probably like the one that I still like play religiously. Like without fail, I do try to do as much of it as I can, and no, because I already have Star Rail, Genshin, and Fate Grand Order. I can only handle so many gacha games. In fact, I even had to let some go. Like, well, I was forced to give Fire Emblem Heroes because at one point they were here like, oh, well, starting from this update, we're not going to support anything beyond iOS 13. And I'm like, well, here I am with my iPhone 6, so I guess screw me then. And even though I have an iPhone 13 now, like, honestly, I don't feel like going back to Heroes anytime soon. Which is a shame because I was kind of happy with a lot of the characters I did have. But another friend of mine's kind of agreed with me. Like, even though we were both fans of Fire Emblem, it just felt like, I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna chop your fucking head off if you even lay a finger on her.
Don't misunderstand, Mr. Sylvain. I don't bring this up to criticize you. No matter what happened all those years ago, the court has already passed its judgment.
Okay, but clearly they're up to something fishy.
But Master's life is in danger. We need to learn whatever we can about the person who has done this.
Natlan, I'm still kind of getting around. The story was fantastic, don't get me wrong. It's kind of like, well, one of the things I'm still like struggling with is like the Saurian controls. Like, you know, when you control the Saurians and like some of the puzzles you have to solve with them, like that takes a lot of getting used to for me, and I'm still trying to get the hang of it.
If Master's attack had something to do with Auguste, I would imagine the two of you might also be in danger. So I'd like to trouble you for some information, if I may. Tell me about Kyria.
Fine, as you wish.
Okay, he's officially Sylvain.
Sylvain?
Well, the jig's up.
Lucian, if this will help us find Kyria, then it will be all worth it. Besides, we've already told most of the stuff to the Maison Orderly anyway. You were right, Miss Emily. There were 4 of us at the beginning. Myself, Lucian, Edgar, and a researcher from Sumeru in charge of flower cultivation, Vijava.
Yeah, in the sense that I've put some money into Genshin and Fate Grand Order. Those are pretty much the 2 that I play religiously without fail. Okay, well, that I cannot help with too much, especially since I'm streaming directly from the PS5. When I'm streaming Switch games, I have an Elgato capture card and the software with that helps. I don't use OBS because OBS confuses the hell out of me. That's pretty much the one reason why you never see me streaming any PC games.
Sometime down the road, the Marechaussee Phantom came knocking, saddled us with a list of accusations, and started looking into our books. Oh, they did their meddling, and my brother Edgar and I were forced to serve time in the fortress as a result.
Oh, so Edgar was also dragged into that.
Sounds like he's still upset about that. Wait, then how did Edgar end up in Sumeru?
Good question.
Master was convicted as an accomplice, so he only had to serve a few years. He decided to move to Sumeru so that he could put those events behind him.
Okay. I guess that makes sense. Okay, well, if you can get OBS to work, then more power to you. I could never get it.
Still, Master was depressed for a long time after that. He stopped making new perfumes and focused on introducing students to the craft instead.
Is that when he started teaching you?
That's how I met him. My parents had to relocate to Sumeru for work when I was a child, so I had the chance to study under him for a little while.
Okay. Thanks for answering my question.
But we can talk about that some other time. I want to hear more about this researcher, Vijava.
But I want to hear more about you, because I don't know anything about you, and Mihoyo won't tell me anything. Because I, literally stuck you at the end of an update. And, okay, we're off to Natlan now.
Like us, Vijava was also staring down an investigation from the Marechaussee Phantom. But before the Phantom showed up at her door, she set all the flower beds on fire, along with much of the mora we managed to earn. All the Auguste flowers, everything we worked to create, was reduced to nothing but a pile of ash.
So, just like Signora. Okay, well. Anyway, so Vijava is apparently the pyromaniac here. And... Well, at least... I guess that's a good thing I never tried Streamlabs, but even then, I could never figure out how to get OBS working on my end.
But destroying all that evidence, wouldn't that make things worse for her?
It didn't matter at that point, because she died in the fire as well.
Oh. Damn.
What?
Sounds like you did an investigation of your own. Why even ask us if you knew all of this already?
So far, Kyria's name still hasn't come up.
The name wasn't mentioned in any of the files I reviewed either. But you two seem quite familiar with him.
Kyria was Vijava's younger brother.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
He was just a clueless kid back then. Somewhere in his teens, I think. He helped his sister with her work sometimes, but that was pretty much it. He didn't have any idea what we were doing. Vijava kept him close most of the time. The three of us were probably the only ones who even knew she had a brother. After our operation was compromised, he disappeared. There were no signs of him until recently, when people started saying the August flower had reappeared in Sumeru.
So, you think Kyria took something with him back then? Something that allowed him to reproduce the August flower?
Vijava doted on the kid like you wouldn't believe. She even told us to give her cut to her brother if anything happened to her.
Okay.
If she left something behind before she died, believe me, Kyria's the one that has it.
Well, when you put it that way, it makes sense.
And judging by the liquid in that bottle, the August flower wasn't the only thing he reproduced. He managed to replicate the perfume itself.
So the liquid Edgar was forced to ingest really was August. Wait, does that mean August is poison?
Jeez, well, I mean, okay, real talk. Should you really be ingesting perfume? Granted, okay, I'm sure Edgar did not willingly ingest it. He was probably forced to, but... Really, Paimon?
Poison? No, no. Of course not. No perfume is meant to be ingested. Even small amounts can be dangerous, let alone ingesting a whole bottle at once.
See, exactly. You're not supposed to be drinking perfume. You're just meant to spray it on you for the fragrance, because chemically it probably isn't safe.
If August could be considered a poison, we wouldn't have even sold half a bottle back then. Edgar fell unconscious because Kyria forced him to drink perfume. It just happened to be August.
Strange. Sylvain seems to be nervous all of a sudden. Why did Kyria attack Edgar?
He probably thought we had something to do with his sister's death. But to tell you the truth, I have no idea why she did all that. We're not looking for Kyria because we have it out for him. We just wanted to see how he was doing. And, if possible, work together to bring back August.
Yeah, I'm not sure about all that.
We only went to prison for a bit of fraud and market manipulation. It had nothing to do with the product itself.
Oh, just a bit of fraud and some market manipulation. Nothing major. It's not like it caused any sort of, rioting and, messing up with the market itself that is still being felt even now.
As long as we keep things honest this time around, bringing the product back to market would almost be like honoring his sister's memory.
I don't think it's that clear-cut.
So that's why you never mentioned Kyria during your interrogation?
Yes, exactly. We were just looking out for the kid.
I'm still not sure about that.
Anyway, that's all we know. If you're looking for information on what's in August, or what to do if you ingest it, there are only two people to ask. Edgar or Kyria himself.
And Edgar is currently indisposed.
Well, at least we're able to say for certain that the substance Edgar ingested was in fact August. That gives us a direction for further testing. Well then, I'd say that was a very enlightening discussion.
Well, glad to hear it.
Where are you going?
Lucian, let's head back to the room and rest a bit. With everything that's happened, there are things that need reconsidering.
You're gonna try to get on a boat and get out of here, aren't you?
Yes, of course.
They're still hiding something.
Huh, you think so too? That does seem to be the case. Pity we don't have more evidence.
Yeah.
But based on Sylvain's tone of voice just now, I suspect further questioning will only result in more made-up answers.
Okay, so you thought that too.
The way you exposed them like that, just based on a hunch, that was genius!
Seriously, this woman is very beautiful and intelligent. Like, seriously. I just love it. Are you really just a perfumer who looks after people in your spare time?
Oh, right! Earlier you said you were only sort of a doctor, and that your patients were unusual.
Oh yes, that's because most of the patients I encounter are already dead.
Is that you, Hutao?
So you're a forensic doctor?
Close. I'm actually a forensic cleaner. Once the forensic team and the Marachese Phantom are done collecting evidence from the scene, I'm in charge of clearing away the final traces my patients leave on the world.
So you're literally the cleaner. Damn. Yeah, you don't want to mess with her.
In fact, with just a small alteration to the formula, the same tincture used as the base of perfume can also be made into a cleaning agent. Basically, there are two sides to forensics. Those who collect evidence to expose the truth, and those who clean up the smells, bloodstains, and other substances left behind at the scene. I've learned a lot in my line of work, and I've witnessed a lot of death. But this time, we may still save the patient.
In this case, Edgar.
Actually, Traveler, could I trouble you to report back to Tainari and the officers at Port Ormos? We should update them on the situation.
Oh, definitely. Will do.
I'll stay here and continue to look after Master. Now that we have a sample of Auguste, I'm hoping further analysis won't be too difficult.
Alright.
Master looks a lot older than when I last saw him. I just hope he can hold on.
I see everything!
I hope we're not too late.
Okay, that was the same thing same thing you thought outside.
Hey.
And okay, Edgar's not thinking anything. Oh, okay. Yes, I'm going to stand on top of his bed like this. Or... wait. There's something I must do. I'm sorry, my grumpy queen.
The pleasure is all mine.
It's my twin sister! Okay, I guess I've had my fun.
All is accounted for. Let's move out.
Because you never know, I might as well be prepared if I do have to do some fighting. Oh, right, I can just... Okay, there he is. Hi, guys!
Whoa, why the rush? Did something happen?
Yes. Something bad. You explain everything.
What? Edgar was attacked?
Yes.
He's the most famous perfumer in the region. Someone who's helped countless people around Port Ormos. How could this happen?
Apparently very easily.
Sheriff, have you received any reports of a suspicious individual fleeing through the bazaar?
No, but we've got eyes all over the area. I'm sure someone's seen Kirya. I'll start gathering my forces. We won't let him get away.
What about you, Tainari? Do you have a plan?
I'm sure the sheriff can handle things over at the scene, and I doubt Emily needs my help looking after Mr. Edgar.
But she said she's not a real doctor.
Yeah, she's the cleaner.
Then she was far too modest. She may not be a doctor by trade, but she has a deeper understanding of human anatomy and pharmacology than most scholars from the Amorta Darshan.
Really? I wonder why she didn't... Well, why she was being modest.
Not to mention the fact that Mr. Edgar's condition is related to perfume. Emily is certainly in the best position to help him.
Okay, yeah, you make a good point there.
As for me, I'll head to the academia and see what I can learn about Vijava and Kirya.
Okay, so you'll do your own sort of investigation.
Oh, that's right! Vijava was supposed to be a scholar from Sumeru. Do you recognize the name?
From Emily's letter, certainly, but that was the first time I'd heard of it. The academia produces a lot of scholars, and there are plenty of graduates who choose to pursue a career outside their darshan. I didn't have time to look into it earlier, but now it seems like Vijava's past could be critical to getting to the bottom of what happened to Mr. Edgar. I have friends in Sumeru City that can help me investigate. With any luck, we'll have news to share by tomorrow. I'll leave you and Emily to watch over things here in Port Ormos.
Okay, well then. Wait until 7 to 11. Okay, well I guess I'm just gonna go ahead and claim my rewards. Hello, robot.
Ad Astra. Thank you for
Okay. Gives me 2. Oh, no. Receive Alexandra's letter. Okay. Guess we'll just speed up time here. And then the morning comes.
Well, it's been a day. Wonder if Tainari's discovered anything. But things weren't looking good with Emily's master yesterday. We should check on things at the hotel first.
Alright. So I guess that's where we will head to first. Makes sense. That is the more pressing matter at hand. But first, I'm just gonna get some free stuff. Well, if I'm not gonna do any fighting... I want my grumpy queen.
whatever you need.
Well, right now I need you. Because you make me happy. Okay, well... Well, like I said earlier, she does kind of make me happy. I just really do like her character. Oh, wait. Okay. What am I doing? I'm going over here. Like, I'm supposed to be heading over this way. I'm sorry. I'm all sorts of lost. And oh, Emily's over here. Hello, legs.
Emily!
I don't like the look on her face. How's Edgar?
No longer in critical condition, thankfully. He's still very weak, but with a bit more rest, he should regain consciousness soon.
Okay. Well, that's definitely a good sign.
My chemical analysis of Auguste also went smoothly, although it certainly raised some questions.
Questions?
I was able to identify the components that give the substance its fragrance, but I also noticed an abnormal trace of elemental energy in the sample.
Huh.
Elemental energy?
What? Would that have an effect on the body? Part of me kind of imagined that it would, I just don't know what effect.
Hard to say. It was such a minute amount, proportionally speaking, like mixing a single drop of perfume into the ocean.
Okay, which, yeah, in hindsight, that's not gonna do a lot.
I had to use one of the newest tests developed in recent years to even detect the traces present in the sample.
Oh.
Unless you were abnormally sensitive to elemental energy, I doubt it would have any effect, even if you use the product every day for 10 years.
Huh.
As for whether Master's condition was caused by the elemental energy present in the sample or some other component of the perfume, it's still too early to say.
Oh, that reminds Paimon. Did Tainari come and find you? Maybe we could ask him to take a look.
I received a message from him last night, but I haven't heard anything since. The message said he was looking into some information at the academia.
Oh, Paimon thought he might have stopped by to see you first. Excuse me? Is Miss Emily here?
It's Kale. Kale?
Oh, perfect! Familiar faces! Traveler, Paimon, you're here too!
And we get to hear your adorable voice again.
Kale. Ah, of course. Tainari's apprentice. He's mentioned you many times. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. And please, no need for formalities. Emily is just fine.
Oh, okay. Nice to meet you too, Miss, Emily. Did Tainari send you here, Kale? Yep. Master and the others went through decades worth of records last night, and still haven't had a chance to rest. I'm fast on my feet, so it only made sense for me to come and give you an update.
Okay.
Anyway, based on what they've reviewed so far, they believe there's no indication that a researcher by the name of Vijava ever passed through the academia.
Could it have been an alias?
Master considered that possibility as well, but the name wasn't the only dead end. Master tried to track down people with a similar research direction or background, but also couldn't find a match. How is that possible?
Maybe her identity as a researcher from Sumeru was a ruse all along.
It's starting to seem very likely. If we want to figure out her true identity, I'm afraid another conversation with those two merchants might be our only...
Hey!
Uh-oh.
Lucian!
That voice, it's
Sylvain! Wait, you don't think Curio came back, do you?
well, who's to say?
That seems impossible. If someone came in or out of the hotel just now, we would have seen them.
Let's go check in. Let's go inside and check. Yeah, might as well. Okay, Emily and Kale went away. Enter... okay, well.
It's
Oh.
locked?
I'll try to break it open. Okay, we're gonna bust this door down. Knock, knock!
There's no one here.
Lucian! Lucian!
Okay.
That's Sylvain's voice! Hurry, let's check next door!
Alright, well, my mistake.
Lucian! Lucian! Come on! Wake up!
Oh, jeez. Is he going to be okay?
Emily, Emily, my brother, he's gonna be okay, right? He's just unconscious. Like what happened to Edgar.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sylvain, but we were too late this time.
Oh, jeez.
No, that's not possible.
Traveler, Kale, Mr. Sylvain has gone through a huge shock.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be continuing to suffer and break down.
He needs some space to calm down. Could one of you take him next door? It's not good for him to look at his brother's body like this.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Of course. Leave it to me.
I'll notify the sheriff.
Thank you both.
Anything for you.
Mr. Sylvain, let's get you up. Here, take my hand. Nice and slow. We'll take things from here. Just focus on getting some rest. Here, this way.
Yeah, see, this is going to mess him up for life. That's putting it lightly.
Poor guy. He's like a shell of his former self.
Yeah. And the worst part is, like, he has his whole life ahead of him to live with that.
He may have made some bad decisions in life, but right now, Paimon can't help but feel sorry for him.
Yeah, admittedly.
Good person or bad, the death of a loved one is equally painful.
Yeah. No doubt about that. No matter who you are, where your alignment is, quote unquote. Losing someone that you care about and that means a great deal to you is going to hurt you a lot.
All the moments he shared with his brother, every hardship and triumph they endured together, are now memories he has to carry alone.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what I said, because, yeah, the worst part is he's going to be alone for the rest of his life now. Maybe that's what Kiryu wanted. Oh, geez, like, the whole, I'm gonna take my revenge, and, okay, one of you's gonna die, and the other one, you're not gonna get out that easy. You're gonna have to live with that for the rest of your life. Is that what you mean?
If Kiryu really was behind this, then what exactly did he do to Lucian?
Lucian can no longer speak, but the traces left behind by his death most certainly can.
Man, this... I was not expecting Emily's story quest to be like this kind of murder mystery thing.
Traveler, I've got things covered here at the scene. I'll leave you to contact the sheriff.
Okay.
Who would have thought? Yesterday's case is still up in the air, and now this happens. Miss Emily, I heard you're an experienced forensic doctor. Have you been able to discover anything?
Oh, I'm not actually a forensic doctor. I just happen to have some relevant knowledge.
Tighnari argues otherwise.
I did take a look, though. Judging by the temperature and rigidity of the body, it appears the time of death was sometime last night. I'd have to do a more thorough investigation to find out more.
Oh.
Then, would you mind helping us investigate? Before he left, Tainari said we could trust your judgment if something like this were to happen.
Of course, I appreciate your trust. Many of the traces left behind at the scene will fade with time, so the sooner we investigate, the better.
We'll help too. We don't know much about dead bodies, but you can leave the other clues to us.
Yeah, and I don't think I would rather handle that. Okay.
To tell you the truth, the exhibition has left us quite short-handed. We're lucky to have your help.
Let's see.
I see everything.
It's just one problem after another.
Yeah, literally.
Hey!
Did he pass away while he was unconscious?
Oh, well then. Oh. The space inside the cabinet is divided into various compartments. It doesn't look like a person could hide in there. Yeah, not unless they were like expert contortionists or something. The incense slowly rising into the air. It seems familiar somehow. The corners are filled with flowers from different nations. The fragrance is incredibly strong. This bag is stuffed with clothes and other daily necessities. It's quite heavy.
Pupils are dilated, skin is flushed. No overt external injuries or signs of a struggle.
Oh, what was with the camera there? Just... Emily looks pretty happy about this. But I'm pretty sure that's not what it's supposed to be, but... Yeah, I'm just here like... Why are you so happy about this?
Pupils are dilated, skin is flushed. No overt external injuries or signs of a struggle.
Okay. Oh, the door. The door leads to the hallway. The lock is intact, and there are no signs of damage. This door was probably locked last night.
And the windows are shut tight too. Seems like the only way to get in would have been through Sylvain's room.
Yeah. I would hate to imagine Sylvain did this, and he's just putting on an act.
Well, looks like we've investigated as much as we can. Let's go report back to Emily and Shiam.
Okay. Yeah, so... This is definitely getting very, very interesting.
So, did you find anything?
There are no signs of forced entry. The only way in would have been through Sylvain's room.
Paimon can show you. Here, it'd be something like this.
Yep, pretty much. So, no matter how you look at it, whoever would have killed Lucian would have had to have come from the other room. No way to actually, like, break in to his room. Nope, he would have had to, like, literally waltz right in there from Sylvain's room.
But entering through the room next door without alerting Sylvain. Wait, you don't think Sylvain could have been the one who...
Yeah, I suggested that.
No, his reaction to the loss of his brother seemed genuine, and he doesn't have a motive.
Yeah, unless it's like he just really hated his brother and he's just a really great actor.
Then what could have happened last night? I know Sylvain is still in shock, but he's our only available witness. We have to take his statement.
I agree. Also, I've made some new discoveries, so we might as well head next door and go through everything together.
I guess the moment of truth will be if we go in there and Sylvain is missing. Oh, examine the... Well, it's an option. The body has been cold for some time already, and there are no signs of a struggle. No further clues have been found yet. Okay, he's still there and he looks calmer.
Mr. Sylvain, I need you to tell me everything you and your brother did since yesterday afternoon. Did you see or hear anything strange?
Okay, so Kale was... Oh, that's right, Kale was here too, so... If he did try to run, Kale would have been there too.
After Kyria attacked Edgar, my brother and I were incredibly careful. We returned to our rooms and decided to lock all the doors leading to the hallway.
Understandable, that way no one from the outside can come in.
The only door we kept unlocked was the one connecting our rooms. That way, if we heard any commotion coming from the other room, we could help each other.
Also makes sense.
But I didn't hear any sort of commotion last night. Not a single noise. I woke up this morning, opened the door, and Lucian was...
So, no movement from the room next door. No forced entry via Sylvain's room.
Yeah, so what happened?
No signs of a struggle at the scene, and no external injury on Lucian's body. What kind of cause of death are we dealing with here?
Some kind of prolonged cause of death, I imagine. Well, one theory there. Something that happened early on that didn't kick in until... well, until it was nighttime.
I did notice a few things about the body. Lucian's pupils were dilated and his skin was flushed. Very similar to Master's symptoms after the attack yesterday.
Right, and I was even here like, yeah, that sounds a lot like what you said before.
There weren't any traces of liquid in his mouth or nose, so it's unlikely he was forced to ingest anything. The more plausible explanation is that he inhaled a substance without knowing it, and I'd say that substance was likely a ghost.
So... inhaling it had an effect on his body.
A goose? No, that's not possible. Inhaling a goose won't kill you. And anyway, it would have been for just one night.
Just one night? So you're saying prolonged exposure is dangerous?
No, that's not what I meant.
But then why did you say that?
Emily, you ran your tests, didn't you? Go on. Tell everyone whether you found any poison.
No, I didn't find any common toxins.
See? A ghost is harmless. The market response proved that years ago.
That may be true for most people, but not for everyone.
Oh. Edgar's up and walking again.
Master!
Edgar? You're up and about already?
Yeah, apparently so. And it seems like just in the nick of time as well.
Thanks to Emily, I'm out of the woods for now.
But yeah, obviously you're not 100%.
Sylvain, no matter how hard you may try to hide it, the truth will always come to light.
Yeah, so you might as well just own up now and come clean.
Edgar! Even if we could keep it a secret for another 10 or 20 years, do you think Kyria would just let us be? No. He would never give up. Not if he's doing all of this for Yelena.
Yelena?
That's Vijava's real name.
So Vijava was an alias.
Yelena wasn't a scholar from Sumeru. She was an exiled Fatus from Snezhnaya.
Okay, that makes more sense.
A Fatus?
Yep. So that's what we're dealing with here.
The Fatui. Well, that means the elemental energy present in Auguste was...
Ah, so you've already detected it. Well, Sylvain, looks like there's truly no reason to hide things now.
Yes, and especially for your brother, you might as well come clean.
Oh. The Auguste flower was created with the mutative and distorting power of a delusion.
Oh, great. How lovely. We get to hear about delusions again.
A delusion?
The Fatui, delusions... I never would have thought Auguste was hiding this many secrets.
Yeah, who would have thought?
Born of a delusion, Auguste contained distorted elemental energy. A prolonged exposure over many years could have a harmful effect on the body.
Or not even just many years. Well, okay, well, if we're thinking about Tepe, he didn't have many years. He was affected in just a short time until it ended up killing him and so many other people back on Watatsumi Island.
That's enough, Edgar. I'll take it from here.
Yeah, Sylvain, you might as well.
At first, Yelena wanted to keep refining the perfume and the flower. But no one knew how long the perfume mania was going to last back then. It didn't have any effect on ordinary people anyway. Every day we postponed going to market was another day of lost earning potential.
So you decided poisoning people was worth the risk?
Listen, it's not like it was good for business. But all that talk about Auguste being harmful over time, Yelena was just speculating. The impact was practically negligible.
Practically, but not exactly, it seems.
Unless you were particularly sensitive to elemental energy or had an entire bottle shoved down your throat like Edgar. You could use the product for decades and be completely fine.
It may be true there are no records of Auguste poisoning in Fontaine. But even if no one was acutely poisoned, willfully bringing a product to market despite explicit knowledge of its harmful effects is still a serious crime.
Yeah, like real talk, that would be like so many health violations alone. So yeah, Emily has every right to be pissed off at you. The divine and noble Auguste came from a delusion. If the truth came out, the market for your product would be destroyed. So they kept the truth a secret. And, well, they ended up going to jail anyway. Although I imagine their jail time would be much worse if this got out.
That explains why you were so intent on keeping Yelena and Kiria's involvement a secret all this time, despite readily confessing to all your financial crimes. The Fatui, delusions, Auguste. If the Marechaussee Phantom discovered the connection between the three, there would have been enough evidence to send you to the Fortress of Meripede for life.
Okay, there you have it. So it would be a life sentence as opposed to just a few years.
Ha! If I'd known coming to Sumeru would put a target on my back, I would have been more than happy to stay there. At least that way, Lucian would still be alive. All these years without any sign of Kyria, and he pops up out of nowhere the minute my brother and I get out of prison? It couldn't be any clearer who the kid's after.
Yeah, he's out for revenge.
Auguste was harmless before. The fact that it's killing people all of a sudden must be his doing as well.
So he recreated it, but with the twist, is what you're saying.
So there's bad blood between you.
Yeah, I think that's putting it lightly, Kale.
What about Yelena's death? Was that a cover-up too? A way to destroy evidence?
Yeah, how does that factor into this?
I'll admit, we thought about it at one point.
You seriously thought about taking her out of the picture?
We took care to disguise the products circulating on the market, and no one was questioning Yelena's fake identity.
As Vijima.
But if the Marechaussee Phantom decided to look into the flower beds, it would have been the end. Yelena's ties to the Fatui, the role of the delusion, everything would have been exposed.
So that's why the evidence was completely burned to the ground.
Before we could even put our plan in motion, Yelena beat us to it. She burned all her flower beds and threw herself into the fire as well.
My god. Just imagining that right now.
But if her goal was to destroy evidence, there would have been no reason to do that to herself.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Yeah, she could have just burned the flower beds and fled with her brother.
Unless she seriously thought, like, there was no other way out. I don't know.
I thought about it for a long time, but it wasn't until just now that I finally understood her reasoning. Everything she did, it was for her brother, Kyria. One of the reasons they defected from the Fatui was the deterioration of Yelena's body due to her excessive use of a delusion. She didn't want her brother to follow in her footsteps after her death.
Huh.
After arriving in Fontaine, Yelena continued using the delusion to cultivate the Auguste flower, weakening her body even further. There were times when she couldn't even walk.
So it sounds like possibly worse than Tepe, or at least worse than the last time we saw him, if that's even possible.
So she couldn't flee with her brother because she was afraid of holding him back.
So that's why she just...
If her true identity was exposed, she and her brother would face pressure from both Snezhnaya and Fontaine. The Auguste flower and Yelena's own corroded body both bore the mark of a delusion. There would have been no way to avoid suspicion.
So the only other option was to literally destroy all evidence. Yelena included.
So, in the end, she burnt it all to ash, including herself. With all the evidence erased, Kyria was free to take the Mora and run.
But it would seem as though he didn't do that.
So the wealth you earned from Auguste, it wasn't destroyed in the fire. Yelena gave it to her brother?
Most likely. Before Yelena died, she said if anything happened to her, she was going to leave everything to her brother. We just didn't realize she meant our cut as well.
So, literally everything.
That's why Lucian and I were searching for Kyria, to take back Armora and the Auguste flower. We just didn't realize Kyria was baiting us the whole time. It was all a trap.
But why is Kyria out for revenge anyway? Doesn't he know about Yelena's decision to sacrifice herself?
Maybe not.
I don't think he knew his sister was nearing death. Yelena always wore heavy makeup around him to conceal her deteriorating appearance. She kept herself busy with work to keep out of sight. That way her brother wouldn't notice how she could barely walk.
Just like the way Tepe looked like he was aging rapidly.
Then all we'll need to do is tell Kyria what really happened, and then he'll give up on his revenge.
I don't know if it'll be that simple.
I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I guess Kale's on me with this.
Even if he knew the truth, he'd still find someone to blame. He might think Yelena was forced into using a delusion to cultivate a Auguste, or something like that.
Not to mention he spent so many years just with this mentality. So yeah, he might shift his blame over to someone or something else.
It's hard to pull yourself out of that kind of hatred, especially when you've been living in that headspace for so many years.
And and Kale was living like that for so many years too.
Very true. Even if Yelena's death was her own choice, I wouldn't call myself innocent either.
Edgar, what are you talking about?
Think about it, Sylvain. If we hadn't been in such a hurry to capitalize on the perfume mania all those years ago, do you think Yelena would have elected to take those risks?
Well, yeah, things could have gone differently.
If we hadn't been so blinded by greed, so insistent on increasing the scale of the flower cultivation, do you think Yelena's health would have deteriorated as fast as it did? If we hadn't invited the Marechaussee Phantom to our doorstep by breaking the law at every turn, Yelena could have survived.
She knew her limits. She knew her days were numbered. Maybe it was for her brother, but she was in it for the Mora just as much as us. We were just trying to earn a bit of Mora. And what, we deserve to die for that? Target me for being the mastermind, sure. But what about Lucian? He was just following my orders. Lucian's crime, was it really so extreme that he had to pay for it with his life?
The only person that can answer that question is a judge.
Fine. I've said my piece anyway. Drag me back to Fontaine to stand trial. I don't care.
3 people from Fontaine, 1 from Snezhnaya, and a crime committed in Port Ormos. What a headache.
Yeah, no kidding. What's going to happen?
Well, we can only wait until the Academia sends someone to deal with it. I'm guessing we'll have to contact Fontaine as well. In any case, we won't really know anything until tomorrow. With the exhibition, we don't even have space in Port Ormos to detain anyone. Such a headache.
Yeah, chaos everywhere.
The hotel could suffice. You could station a few officers to keep an eye on Sylvain and myself. Although with Sylvain's mental state and my physical one, I don't think you need to worry about a jailbreak.
Mr. Edgar, are you saying...
If Sylvain is to stand trial, then I deserve the same fate. A crime is a crime, accomplice or not. I'd just like to take care of a few things before I go. Say goodbye to my plants and all that. As for Sylvain, I'm sure he also has some goodbyes of his own. Would you be willing to grant that request, Sheriff?
Well, all right. I'll talk to the Academia. No matter who you were in Fontaine or what crimes you committed, the man we grew to know in Sumeru proved himself to be a good person. Your request is granted.
You have my thanks, Sheriff.
But if we wait until tomorrow, doesn't that mean something could happen? Doesn't that mean something could still happen tonight?
Happen tonight? Oh, you mean the possibility that Kiria might try to finish what he started?
I mean, it's not that far-fetched.
Yeah, all we know is that he uses a goose to poison people, but we still have no idea how to catch him in the act. If he targets Sylvain or Edgar again, we might not be able to stop him.
That may be true, but what if we can take advantage of his desperation?
Desperation? Would you mean essentially like to use Sylvain as bait to lure him out?
If we take advantage of this situation and lure him in on purpose, we might finally have the chance to talk to him.
Okay, so yeah, basically.
Master, no. That's too dangerous.
So, that's your plan. If Kiria learns we're being taken away tomorrow, his last chance to enact his revenge would be tonight.
Yeah, basically.
In other words, you want to use us as bait to capture him.
Capture? Not necessarily. I just want to talk. What? Are you afraid of him?
Afraid? This is my only chance to make him pay for what he did.
Okay, well I guess we're gonna go ahead and add murder to your list of crimes.
I'm spending the rest of my life in prison anyway. I can't just sit back and let him ride off into the sunset with our fortune. There's no way I'm letting him get away with it. Not after what he did to Lucian. As for the danger, everyone else just needs to make preparations in advance to protect us.
I'll admit, it could work. We just need to spread the word that Edgar and Sylvain are leaving tomorrow. Then I'll station some of my men around the hotel. If we have your assistance as well, our chance of success would be even higher.
I still have some reservations. But if you insist on carrying out this plan, I won't deny you my help.
We can help stand guard.
I'll also keep watch.
Thank you, Kale.
Although I think Sylvain and myself should remain alone in our respective rooms. If Kiria noticed another person in the room, he might decide to turn back. And besides, it's possible he's already transformed Auguste into a potent toxic gas.
You mean if he doesn't see a way to get his hands on the two of you, he might get so desperate that he'll just start using Auguste on everybody?
Oh.
If that were to happen, everyone's standing guard. Even the innocent citizens in Port Ormos would all be in danger.
Yes.
That's why everyone else needs to keep to the shadows.
You're still recovering. You need to rest.
This old bag of bones doesn't bounce back like it used to. I suppose I'll just have to leave the rest to you.
All right, we can figure out a plan to keep watch later. Right now, I say we split up, start spreading that information before it's too late.
Have you heard? Mr. Edgar's been detained. He's being taken away tomorrow.
Detained! Okay, this isn't Papers, Please.
What? He's the one who helped craft all the fragrances for our shop.
Yeah, and now he's a bad man.
He taught my child how to make perfume. How could this happen?
He hasn't been convicted yet. Let's just wait and see what the court has to say.
Oh, you sound just like a bloomin' rock star, mate.
Oh, everyone on the street is talking about the rumors. No matter where Kiri is hiding, he must have heard them by now.
And if not, he's gonna hear it eventually.
Let's head back to the hotel and take a break. We can see how the other preparations are going while we're at it.
Yep. Alright. Hello, small girl child. I don't know. I mean, why do people like to have barbecues? Maybe because it's fun. Maybe it's because they have no choice. See you. I don't know. I mean, I used to have fun with cookouts. Unfortunately, I haven't been to a cookout in ages, especially... Yeah, the big V definitely kind of ruined a lot of things. Just keep your eyes on the pot. Yeah, although, I mean, the body kind of needs more than just fresh fruits. Remember your food groups. Okay. So now we're just gonna have to go back to the inn. I wonder if I'm gonna have to do any actual fighting in this story, or if it's just gonna be...
I see everything.
Okay, Emily doesn't have anything to think about. Oh, okay. Just put me over here.
Emily, Sheriff Xian wants to talk to you and the Traveler about our plans for the Night Watch.
Thank you, Kale. But first, here. I prepared a kind of herbal tea that helps calm the spirit. Why don't you have some?
Oh, that's very kind of you, but I'm okay.
Holly, you're very... well, you are very polite, and I think you're too nice for this world sometimes. But then also, to be fair, she has suffered a lot. You don't get to see it that much in the game, but if you look into her backstory more, yeah.
Oh, it's not good to be so tense, especially when we've got a long night ahead of us. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I couldn't help but notice that something seems to be on your mind.
Was it that obvious?
You seem very preoccupied with Kiria's revenge. If there's anything you want to talk about, I'm happy to listen.
Oh,
We're never gonna know now, are we?
Hey, Emily, Kale. Oh, are we interrupting something?
Kind of, actually.
No, not at all. will be easier to talk through with you here anyway.
Oh, okay. So, well, in any case, go ahead. The floor is all yours.
I've just been thinking. If Kyria has the capacity to commit murder while remaining completely undetected, why didn't he target Sylvain along with Lucien last night?
Oh.
There was just a single door separating them. If his intention was to target both brothers, then there was barely anything standing in his way. Don't you think?
Yeah, especially if we think about how Lucien, kind of like how Emily put it, like, he died while he was unconscious. Or essentially, he died in his sleep somehow. So, that would have been easy. Well, yeah, he would have had easy access to both of them.
When I accompanied Sylvain to his room after Lucien died, and saw how distraught he was, I suddenly realized. Maybe Kyria did that on purpose. Maybe he wanted Sylvain to experience the pain of losing a loved one before he completed his ultimate revenge.
Oh my god, that's kind of like what I was saying earlier. Essentially, he wants Sylvain to suffer. Like, it would have been easy to have both of them, gone. But no, it's like, he wants Sylvain to suffer and, like, know the pain of seeing his brother dead.
So did he attack Edgar as a warning then? To scare Sylvain and Lucien?
Based on what we've heard about Kyria, that may very well be the case.
And I guess if we want to dip into Japanese a little bit, Kyria isn't too far away from Kira, which means killer.
Losing his sister all those years ago. What has been going through his head? What has he been forced to endure?
There's no telling.
Whenever I get to thinking like that, I just can't help but wonder. If I were in his place, would I be able to let go of that hatred?
Kale.
I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't think like that. Not after everything he's done. But I just can't help it.
No, it's okay. I wish I could hug Kale, but if you think about the whole Elnajar and how, especially the "don't touch me" that she shouted and practically scared me. I don't know if she would be okay with hugs. If she were, I definitely would not mind hugging her.
There's nothing wrong with the way you're feeling. Empathy is a part of human nature.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, if I could hear, if I think of my dad and how, emotions and whatever, expressing them as a man made you weak, apparently. And I'm a lot more in touch with, like, my emotions, and I am, like, empathetic. Someone even told me, like, I'm probably one of the most considerate people that they had ever met. So, I mean, feeling that sense of empathy and concern for someone is not a bad thing.
In all my years of cleaning up crime scenes, I've witnessed countless families mourn their loved ones. Their cries of devastation and anger still echo through my mind, even now.
Damn, I can just imagine.
Some of them even try to stop me, begging me not to erase the last remnants of their loved ones. But getting swept up in those emotions will corrupt your judgment.
Yeah. And that's kind of why I've told people in the past that even if I could have had the capacity to become a doctor, I don't think I would have been able to go through it. Like, if I have to imagine having to listen to someone, like, learning that, the death of their loved ones and having to see them mourn, see them hurt, and kind of have to live with, seeing that for God knows how many years. I don't think I'd be able to handle that. In turn, I guess you could say, like, my empathy would become like my greatest weakness in that regard.
Surround yourself with fragrance for too long, and your sense of smell will become dull. Allow yourself to be consumed by your emotions, and you lose the ability to think rationally.
Exactly, because then you end up having your emotions get in the way of your judgment, and, well, yeah, you can't think rationally. Because you're so wrapped up in, well, especially, like, if something makes you angry, then you're definitely not going to be thinking clearly, because all you can think about is how much... Well, for example, like, something in front of you is making you so angry that all you want to do is just lash out. When lashing out could very well be, like, the last thing you should be doing.
So while you hold on to that sense of empathy, you also need to ask yourself, do Sylvain and Lucien really deserve to die? How much did they truly know about the Fatui and the delusion? Did they force Yelena to make those decisions?
And we don't have all those pieces yet. And I guess we can look at Emily's pretty eye.
Answering those questions requires a lot of time and evidence, while a single act of vengeance can put those answers forever out of our reach.
Yeah. Like, right now, if Sylvain was the mastermind behind all of this, then he definitely has a lot of those answers. But if him and Edgar are taken out of the picture, then it will forever remain a mystery. But for Kyria, his thirst for revenge would possibly be satisfied. Or who knows, maybe it won't be satisfied at all, and I don't know.
I've witnessed a lot of deaths in Fontaine. When someone dies, a certain amount of information can be inferred from the traces left behind at the scene. But generally speaking, death will just leave most questions unanswered, and the whole picture ever incomplete.
Pretty much. Those answers are essentially taken to the grave.
Once you're consumed by hatred, it will become next to impossible to think about things that way. For someone like Kyria, I'm sure right and wrong lost all meaning a long time ago.
Yeah, because he's been essentially living with all those emotions for who knows how long, and yeah, rationality has since gone out the window.
You're right. The fact that we can approach these questions from this perspective isn't because we're more rational than them. It's because we're fortunate enough not to have suffered that kind of loss. But that also makes us perfectly positioned to stand on the outside and try to pull them back from the brink before it's too late. I understand Kyria's decision, but I still want to stop him. Master, Sylvain, and Kyria. They all deserve to survive.
Huh. The fortunate and the unfortunate.
Emily, Traveler. Huh? Edgar, you're here too?
Oh, it's you two! Didn't you head back to your room to rest, Edgar? Is it really okay for you to be out and about like this?
A little exercise never hurt anyone. Besides, I don't have much time left in Sumeru. So I'd like to take care of my plants while I still can.
We could do that for you, Master.
No need. I've grown attached to these flowers, and this is my last chance to say goodbye. Come tomorrow. I'll be happy to entrust their care to you. I would imagine Sheriff Sham is here for a more important reason.
The Night Watch. You mentioned earlier that we still need to confirm our plans.
That's right. I've stationed some of my men around the surrounding area, but we still don't have anyone standing guard next to Sylvain's room.
Next to Sylvain's room? You mean in Lucian's room?
Exactly. After some discussion, we concluded that Sylvain has the highest risk of being attacked next. You're the most skilled fighter here, Traveler.
Okay, so I guess I'm gonna be waiting in there.
And Emily's expertise is sure to come in handy in a pinch. That's why I want you two stationed next to Sylvain's room. So, are you up for it?
Fine with me. What about you, Emily?
Sounds perfectly reasonable. I'll be glad to have your help tonight, Traveler.
Okay, well... maybe I will have to be doing some fighting.
We'll need a strategy.
Yep, and this is my strategy. Oh, well.
Everyone hold hands. I wonder how it really felt for Kiria. Finally getting his revenge. Hey!
It's just one problem after another.
You already thought that. Oh, light. Okay, here we go.
Huh. Not a peep. Has Kiria given up on his revenge?
Just like that.
Guess we'll have to keep at it. Still nothing unusual. Paimon took a peek into the room next door and Sylvain's already sleeping.
Sham hasn't issued a warning either.
Perhaps Kiria's true motive was simply forcing Sylvain to confess his crimes.
At this point, I'm not sure anymore.
No, that can't be right. If all he wanted was for Sylvain to be convicted for his true crimes, he could have tipped off the Marechaussee Phantom years ago.
And he already killed Lucian. There's no reason to stop there.
There must be something we're missing. Something extremely important.
Maybe we just need to calm down a little. How about some tea? That herbal blend from earlier was pretty tasty.
We can't abandon our post. There's nothing here that we can use to make tea.
You're right. Maybe we can look for a different distraction then, like looking at the flowers. Oh, there's a glaze lily here. Paimon didn't notice it earlier.
Yes, the glaze lilies. I needed to get a whole bunch of those for Ningguang. Because they don't bloom during the day. Because they bloom at night.
Flowers, glaze lilies, incense.
Oh, what do you got, Emily?
Oh no! Sylvain's room! Quick!
What?
Wait, what?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What?
Hey, did you hear? Someone was attacked again last night.
It was the older of the merchant brothers, right?
Yeah, I think his name was Sylvain. Poor guy was murdered in cold blood.
Oh, shit.
First it was Mr. Edgar, then that merchant named Lucian, and now this.
Listen up, everyone. This is an active crime scene. Please, no loitering.
It's been 3 days and they haven't even caught a glimpse of the guy. What is going on?
Do you think it could be the work of an evil spirit?
Unless Kyria is, like, literally an evil spirit of vengeance. I don't know about that.
I mean, how do you get away with something like that with so many people watching?
Well, that's the neat part. His revenge seems to be clouded in, well, I guess planting his, well, I guess no pun intended, planting his seeds of revenge and then watching them bloom after just the right time.
Keep it moving, everyone. No loitering.
Okay, now we have a close-up on Emily's hips.
I suppose I'm next.
You don't know that. Kyria already attacked you once, and you survived. Perhaps he doesn't consider your crime to be worthy of death.
Or maybe he is still angry and he just might try again.
You were the only reason I managed to survive, Emily. I never did thank you for that, did I?
Even if I wasn't there, Tainari was also in the vicinity. He would have been able to help.
Is that so? I suppose I'm a very fortunate person then. I have exceptional students, caring friends, and the respect of my peers. If it is indeed my time to go, then I'll die without regrets. But Kyria has nothing. Yelena is gone. Now, his enemies are too. It really makes you wonder if there's even a reason to keep on living.
If you really want an answer, I suppose you'll have to ask Kyria himself, once we finally catch him.
Well, I hope it all goes well. Emily, there's something else I'd like to ask of you. With everything that's happened, holding the exhibition is off the table now. But so many flowers were transported here for the show, some of them thousands of miles away from their homeland. I can't let them wither away with no one to care for them. Whether Kyria gets to me first, or I'm sent back to Fontaine to stand trial, I won't be around to look after them. I know it's a lot to ask, but could I entrust them to your care?
Of course, Master.
Really? Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Now I truly have nothing to worry about.
Sheriff Sham still has some questions for me, so I've gotta go.
Go ahead. Best not to keep him waiting. He can be quite impatient.
Yeah, we kind of saw that with all the loiterers earlier.
I'm sorry, Master.
Well then.
Another all-nighter. Paimon sure hopes Emily's plan will go well. Oh, but Kali still looks quite worried. Let's go talk to her.
We can exit, but yeah, obviously, and well, I guess I can't use Nahida, so oh well, no mind reading for me.
Emily still isn't back. I hope she didn't run into any trouble.
She's extremely meticulous. I'm sure she's prepared to handle anything that might come her way.
Yeah, that's true.
And, I mean, like I said, she's super intelligent. Like, yeah, she does have that knowledge of being a doctor to that extent.
Traveler, I had my men start spreading the information you requested. The crowd is gone now, too, but I have to admit, I'm not really sure what's going on. After listening to Emily's plan, I started getting the materials together and arranging personnel. I barely had a second to spare last night. To be honest, I'm still not sure how the crime was committed that night.
It's pretty simple, actually. Okay, I want to learn this. Because I'm here like, yeah, the moment Emily made that connection with the glazed lily and ran into the room, like, geez, what happened? Well, unless it's like the glazed lily and whatever happens takes effect at night.
The key clue was right in front of us the entire time!
Feel like you've been waiting to say that for a while.
Let's go! We'll show you where the culprit hid a goose.
Okay. Look for objective in the area. Oh. Okay, well we can talk to him.
I only have a basic idea of what happened, to be honest. I haven't really worked out the details.
Ah, so you're saying I'm the only one who's completely in the dark.
I mean, I'm partially in the dark, because I'm just here like... I'm just making some loose theories here. Okay, well... The corners are filled with flowers from different nations. The fragrance is incredibly strong. The glazed lily is swaying swiftly, its petals closed. There's a ring of moisture around the rim of the petals that feels sticky to the touch.
This is it!
Yep.
The glazed lily, huh? I think I've heard of it before. It's a flower from Liyue, right?
Yup, and it only blooms at night. So when the petals open... Okay, so then... Are the glazed lilies like... Like, have they been laced with... the Auguste?
Well, did you know it only blooms at night?
Yup.
Emily, you're back!
How did it go?
Exactly as expected.
A flower that only blooms at night. Ah, like the Neelitpala lotus.
Ah, yes, those. I also need to get a bunch of those for some of the other characters I was thinking of leveling up.
Exactly. Although the Neelitpala lotus wouldn't be a good substitute in this scenario. When it's closed, the gaps between the petals are too large.
The glazed lily is completely shut, and it doesn't have too many gaps.
That's why Kyria chose the glaze lily as his mechanism. He would start by preparing an Auguste sample.
Let's see, in order to set up the mechanism, he took Auguste and daubed it on the outside of the petals. No. Poured it into the flower pot, soaked the area around the petals.
There's a sticky substance on the edge of the flower petals. It's one I recognize.
Well, at least we get to hear Lumine's cute voice. And then he sealed it inside the petals.
That doesn't sound right. If you stick the petals together with slime condensate, then in the daytime, the glazed lily would act almost like a hidden container.
Yeah, and then when it opens, it releases all that stuff.
That's right! He applied a diluted form of slime condensate to the petals to stick them together, and enclosed a sample of Auguste in the center. That way, the Auguste would remain trapped inside during the daytime, unable to seep between the petals and evaporate into the air. This also allowed the culprit to plant the poison well in advance, while his targets remained oblivious.
Right, and now that you have all those glaze lilies in the rooms that they were sleeping in, yeah, it was literally almost like a ticking time bomb, in a sense.
However, the diluted slime condensate wouldn't be viscous enough to prevent the petals of the glaze lily from opening at night. So by nightfall, the flower would bloom, thereby forcing the target to inhale the Auguste trapped inside.
Yep, because it'll open up and it will release it.
And Kyria could execute his revenge without having to step foot inside the room during the night.
Yeah, because it's already been taken care of ahead of time. He doesn't need to lift a finger after that.
By the next morning, the sample of Auguste would have nearly fully evaporated. The glaze lily would have already closed its petals, and any lingering odor would be concealed by the fragrance of the other flowers in the room.
And his mission would be accomplished.
Wait a second. You're telling me this version of Auguste is so toxic, inhaling the minute amount trapped inside a flower is enough to kill a grown man? And how did Edgar even survive ingesting a whole bottle of the stuff?
Huh, good question.
That's because Auguste is just as dangerous now as it was all those years ago. The level of toxicity has never changed. Only a small subset of people are truly at risk.
Ah, you mean people who are sensitive to elemental energy. So it's just some sort of happy coincidence that Sylvain and Lucien are allergic to the stuff?
That's almost what it sounds like, which...
That can't be right. They were involved in the operation all those years ago. If the stuff gave them a bad reaction, they would have known from the very start.
Exactly. From the very beginning, they would have been having some nasty side effects.
I wouldn't use the word allergic necessarily. It's more like they're susceptible to its effects. But that distinction isn't important right now. You can think of it this way. It's not that Sylvain and Lucien are innately sensitive to elemental energy, but that Kyria found a way to ensure that they would be.
Oh? The primordial sea? Well then. Various essential oils or the incense in the room.
The incense I smelled earlier seemed familiar. Thinking back on it, I'm almost certain it was the scent of Spirit Borneal. In Sumeru, scholars use Spirit Borneal to aid meditation and stimulate their connection to the Dendro Archon.
Alchemically produced essential oils, the primordial seawater that caused unrest in Fontaine not too long ago. All of those are substances that can heighten your sensitivity to elemental energy.
And Kyria chose Spirit Borneal.
That stuff gave us a lot of trouble when we first came to Sumeru.
Ah, so that was epic foreshadowing all along.
Ah, yes. I definitely remember that.
In Sumeru, it's not uncommon to use incense indoors, so its presence wouldn't arouse suspicion. The flowers in the room could also serve to mask the scent.
Flowers were pretty important to this plan, huh? The glazed lily is native to Liyue. It would be completely unnatural to have one here in Sumeru if it weren't for the exhibition. What a coincidence.
Yep.
Actually, it's not a coincidence at all.
Oh. The exhibition, the hotel. It was all the meticulously designed trap.
No wonder he was willing to pay a small fortune to rent out the hotel. He probably used the Mora Yelena left him, don't you think? That money was supposed to set him free.
And instead, he used it all to keep him trapped in his revenge plot.
But in the end, it was just a tool for his revenge.
Exactly.
There's a saying among forensic doctors in Fontaine. Every step you take leaves a mark. But up until this point, we haven't been able to detect any trace of Kyria's activities. That's not because he was coming and going undetected, or because he's some kind of evil spirit.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. I was joking that, oh yeah, he's an evil spirit out for vengeance and whatever. But yeah.
But because he's been disguised as someone else this entire time.
Really? Then who? The real murderer is... Oh, gee. Imagine if it was Edgar. Well, I don't know.
The Mora spent to rent out the hotel, the way the Auguste flower was cultivated, the method used to disguise his appearance. It all points to one person. The boy who inherited Yelena's legacy, her younger brother. Creating such an intricate mechanism out of a glaze lily, setting up the spirit Borneal in advance, and arranging for Sylvain and Lucien to stay at the hotel. It all points to one person. The expert in charge of the entire exhibition.
Okay, if it is Edgar... I gotta want to see, like, okay, how does this all work out? The real murderer.
Kyria and Edgar are one and the same.
But Kyria was only in his teens back then. He wouldn't even be 40 years old by now.
Right. That's what I'm trying to work out here.
Edgar's lived here for so many years. Even if he changed his appearance, going that long without giving anything away, it would be impossible.
Yeah, so how would that have worked?
Bad news, Sheriff. Mr. Edgar was attacked.
Oh, great.
What?
A dark shadow-like figure just ran out of his room. It was giving off a really ominous aura. But before we could even react, the figure up and disappeared like some sort of ghost or something. By the time we got a look inside the room, Mr. Edgar was gone.
Okay.
Do you think Kyria kidnapped him?
I need you to think very carefully about this. Are you certain that figure wasn't Edgar himself?
I mean, Mr. Edgar was so frail. I don't see how he could have moved that fast.
Not unless we're literally dealing with some kind of crazy case of Jekyll and Hyde.
It would seem Master decided to tap into an ill-advised source of power.
The delusion?
What? But that's so dangerous with the condition he's in. It's...
Suicide. Almost, well, yeah, almost like Tepe, or even child in his foul legacy.
But why? Why would he do that? He's already accomplished his revenge.
And I'm still kind of trying to figure out, okay, yeah, how does this all work if Kyria and Edgar are one and the same?
No. If his aim was to target everyone who had a hand in Yelena's death,
he would be the last person.
If he left Sylvain alive yesterday, not out of a desire to see him suffer, but to confirm the truth about why Yelena chose to die...
So he already got his answer. And now...
then there's still one target left.
Technically, I think himself, but... well, let's see.
The shadow-like figure ran in the direction of the elevator, and my partner immediately chased after them.
We should hurry before they're forced to confront each other.
Down here.
Where in the world did he go? Let's ask the merchants nearby.
Okay, well.
Uh,
Hello, old man.
A shadow-like figure with an ominous aura.
Yeah, can you tell me anything about that?
Sorry, I didn't see anything. I was busy taking inventory.
That's okay. I know it's kind of a stretch. Okay, I didn't see this guy who's looking like he's not having a good time.
Ghost! It's a ghost!
It's all right. Please, calm down and take a deep breath. Can you tell us what you saw?
I saw a black shadow. It ran right past me.
That way? Oh, that guy too.
How could something like that happen in broad daylight?
I don't know.
Everyone hold
What was that thing?
Well, that's what we aim to find out.
I see everything.
Okay, I can't
This
read
is
his mind.
terrifying.
Oh, because there's nothing for me to read.
This is terrifying.
Yes, I know this is terrifying.
This is terrifying.
I know it's terrifying.
No, don't come any closer. Everyone hold hands.
Okay. I guess let's just follow all the scared people who keep repeating stuff.
No, don't come any closer.
I can hear her from over here.
If we go any further, we'll be out of Port Ormos. There'll be hardly any witnesses.
It's all right. I can detect a faint whiff of the scent from here. I would say he passed by this location not too long ago. It's this way. Please, follow me.
All right.
Let's move out.
Okay, well. Where was the... Oh, here's the mushroom.
Breathtaking.
Okay, let me see. Because Joey is, for whatever reason, acting crazy right now, I will be right back. Okay, back. And, well, I'd like to hope we're almost done here. Oh, a treasure chest I never got.
The scent is getting stronger. This must be the place.
Oh, never mind.
Rustin, rebuild! Watch out!
Well, I was hoping I could lure it over there, but I guess not. Grumpy.
Whatever you need.
Yep. And right now, I need you to open this.
Is it too much to carry? Here, let me help.
Oh, thank you. Wow. See, Lolly, I guess secretly she's about as sweet as Nilu. Okay, well, anyway. Now I have to say goodbye to her again.
We'll need a strategy.
Yeah, it's because my strategy involves making sure I'm ready, and I don't really have any teams set up for Lolly at the moment, so yeah. Oh, what do you know? Okay. Well, ironically, I do sort of have a team that goes with that, however... Considering there's a good chance it's gonna let us have Emily...
I've been waiting for you for ages.
I'm gonna make a bit of an alteration of this. Just a hunch of mine, given how these sometimes work.
Oh! O's!
Who? Oh.
Are you alright? Were you attacked?
No. No, I'm alright. I was just chasing after that figure, and then, all of a sudden, I didn't feel so hot.
Uh-oh.
Let me take a look.
Is it the ghost?
The air definitely feels heavy. It smells nice, but for some reason, it's hard to breathe.
Yeah, that is probably the ghost.
This feeling, I've encountered it before.
Really?
Everything looks alright. It was probably just the stress of the chase, combined with the impact of the environment. A bit of rest would do you some good.
I can't rest. Mr. Edgar is still in there. He taught my sister how to make perfume.
Well, apparently he's a dangerous murderer. I'm still trying to understand how that's possible, but...
He's a good man. I can't just abandon him to die by Curia's hand.
Oz, you need to calm down and listen to me. Edgar is the one we're after. He and Kyria are the same person.
But how is that possible? I thought you said Kyria was in his 30s. Mr. Edgar is 70-something. Changing your appearance to look decades older, that doesn't seem possible.
That's precisely why he had to resort to extraordinary measures to age himself.
A delusion. Just like Tepe.
Kyria used a delusion to bring back the Auguste flower, corroding his body in the process, just like his older sister.
No. He couldn't have. Mr. Edgar has been in Port Ormos for years. If someone started impersonating him all of a sudden, we would have noticed.
And what if the impersonation started before he ever set foot in Sumeru?
Yes. He would basically be starting off with a clean slate.
I've yet to confirm it, but I suspect Curia killed the real Edgar in Fontaine not long after his release from prison.
Oh, shit.
While Edgar was incarcerated, Curia started making preparations to replace him, including forcefully aging his body, studying perfumery, and planning the real Edgar's demise.
Jeez. And I guess he must have... Well... But then... I'm just kind of here like... Is Curia like... I mean, well, obviously, if he's in his 70s... If he's in his 70s, does he look like an exact copy of Edgar? Then I'm just here like, how is it that everyone was like easily fooled by this? Like, Emily didn't question it, Lucian Sylvain didn't question it. And, well, Curia himself seemed to be really chummy with Emily back there. Well, not like that, but I mean, like, you know, like, they're talking like old friends and whatever.
The new Edgar then decided to relocate to Sumeru, seemingly out of an innocuous desire to let go of the past. He even left perfume making in favor of mentoring students. But these decisions were all for a specific purpose: the need to distance himself from anyone who might see through the facade.
Oh, wait, no. Now that I'm thinking about it, Emily and her family, if they went to Sumeru after the real Edgar would have been released from prison, then technically speaking, the real Edgar never even got to know Emily.
And Sumeru fit the bill to a T, with no one around to question his identity. All he had to do was grow a beard, don a pair of glasses, make a few minor alterations to his appearance, and everyone would believe he was exactly who he claimed: Edgar, a perfumer from Fontaine.
Alright, and well, I guess that was enough to fool Sylvain and Lucian.
As the years went by, he removed his disguise little by little and continued to refine his skills. It would have been a gradual process, one that ensured no one around him would notice anything unusual.
That explains why Sylvain said he barely recognized Edgar back at the hotel!
Okay, well, I guess that's my bad memory for you. That slipped my mind.
He aged himself decades beyond his years just so he could accomplish his revenge! Is that even worth it?
Honestly, no. It's not. He's been completely consumed by revenge to the point where it's like he's literally destroying his... He's destroying his life, destroying his body, destroying a whole lot of things.
I need to find Mr. Edgar. He's not that kind of person. He can't be.
Forget it. He's evil.
What you really need is to get out of here and rest.
Yes, that too.
No, I can keep going.
Alright, let's get you to bed.
Wait! This environment is likely being influenced by the delusion. Any discomfort, no matter how slight, should not be treated lightly.
Which goes back to what I was saying before. What if it's the Auguste? Or, well, same vein, I guess.
I know how to relieve your symptoms, Mr. Ooze. Please come with me and rest. I'm sure Kyria... No, Edgar wouldn't want any more innocent people implicated in all this.
Kale's right. The Traveler and I will take things from here. From our brief exposure to a goose, it would seem the substance has little effect on us. This leads me to believe those blessed with a vision or capable of wielding elemental power are more resistant to the effects of abnormal elemental energy. In other words, this environment doesn't pose as much of a risk to us. Actually, now that I think about it, this stronghold likely has multiple points of entry. If the target were to escape from a different point of entry, that might allow him to evade capture. I hate to trouble you, But we need people to survey the perimeter.
Thanks. Hear that? We're heading out. There's work to be done. Ooze, head back to Port Ormos and start gathering reinforcements.
Got it.
Traveler, Emily, Paimon, please be careful. For someone whose only purpose in life is revenge, there's no telling what they'll do when there's no reason to move forward.
Yes, they could become very dangerous because at this point they're here like, I have nothing left to lose and literally nothing left to live for.
Don't worry. This isn't the end. Not for us or for Kyria.
Really?
We're not going to let a goose kill anyone else. It's time for the mythos to fade into obscurity.
Alright, and yep, called it. Let's see. Okay, her signature weapon, which unfortunately I don't have. Oops. The Unfinished Reverie. Constellation 3.
Monsters. Perhaps they were attracted here by the increased level of elemental energy.
Oops, wrong one.
I see everything. Hold the line. Neutralize.
Overruled.
Okay.
I've never seen these seeds before. They must also have been created with the power of a delusion. It seems to be avoiding us, and there's no other way forward. Perhaps we could try luring it to the edge of the cliff.
Okay, so I guess right here. Oh, pfft. I'm like running into it. Oh, there it goes. And I guess there's literally nothing left here. Oh, okay, that was that was an interesting angle. Okay, I'll take that. Oh, okay. We're getting somewhere. Oh.
Whoa, look at all the Auguste flowers!
Paimon, you've never seen the Auguste flowers. Well, I guess at this point, I guess it's not too crazy to think that this is it.
There are so many of them. I can't believe a single person did all this. Must have taken a lot of time.
Well, at this point, Kyria had a lot of time. Exactly.
I fear that statement is truer than you know, Paimon. Using a delusion comes at a cost. Not just time, but the time you have left to live.
Exactly, which, if you remember Tepe, he did not have a lot of time to live.
But why would Kyria need this many Auguste flowers?
For his grand finale?
He only needed a few bottles of Auguste to carry out his plan, right?
Perhaps hatred wasn't the only emotion fueling his obsession with Auguste.
What do you mean?
Not long ago, he told me he didn't want all the flowers transported to Sumeru to wither away in a foreign land.
Yes, and he even asked you to take care of them for him.
But Kyria betrayed Snezhnaya, abandoned Fontaine, and lived his entire life in Sumeru under the guise of someone else. For someone with nowhere to call home, perhaps dying among a bed of Auguste flowers just like his sister is the best homecoming he could ask for.
So, in that sense, it's like poetry. It rhymes. So his grand finale is going to be meeting the same fate as his sister did. Well, this must be, like, the fact that I'm making Emily trample these flowers. Well, I mean, okay, the flowers are kind of being used for evil purposes, but I'm just kind of here like, isn't making Emily do this evil in itself? We have a hut here, which we cannot go in. Okay, well, I guess here we go again. Hi, guys!
Rest and rebuild!
Laid bare.
Extract!
Gather!
Okay. I guess second verse is much like the first. So now we have to lead you this way. Move faster.
A plant that destroys seeds. Huh. Quite the ecological marvel. Let's head back to the place where the seeds first appeared.
Okay. So, it destroys the seeds, but it won't destroy us. Good to know. So, in this case, we have to be a little more creative and make sure we don't have it go into the light. Okay, then. Oh. No, 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 no. No, do not do that. All right.
The scent of flowers is getting stronger. We're almost at the end.
All right. So just a little further then. Oh, jeez. Yeah, look at him. He looks super pale.
The scent of flowers is getting stronger. We're almost at the end.
Did they catch up that fast? No. My strength is just waning. But it doesn't matter. This is far enough.
This is a garden of Auguste flowers. But it's not mine. It's the one that was set on fire all those years ago in Fontaine. Yelena? Yelena!
You tried to hide it from me, but I always understood. The reason why you continued to use the delusion, the reason why you set your garden on fire, it was all because of me. I shouldn't have listened to you that day. I shouldn't have taken the Mora and ran. But by the time I realized something wasn't right, there was nothing left. The flowers were gone. And so were you. I know I'm almost 20 years too late. I should have come looking for you earlier. I should have died with you that day. Yelena? Yelena! No! Don't leave me! Please! Yelena!
That was a bit delayed.
Emily? I'm alive. No, that's not possible. I saw her. Yelena, we were together.
That was an illusion, likely brought about by the residual toxin in your body coupled with the pollen in the air, neither of which are fatal.
No. The amount of August I drank, it should have been enough.
I'm sorry to say this, but that was a fake.
A fake? But how?
We started making the preparations last night with one goal in mind. To create a perfect accord. The accord is the basis of perfume making,
the product in its most primitive form. Ambergris mixed with cedarwood, rounded out with a base note of agarwood.
This is the scent of leather?
Exactly. We're unable to extract essential oils from leather, but by combining other raw materials, we can recreate its essence. That is the purpose of an accord.
Does that mean you can recreate any scent in the whole world?
I'm afraid not. Certain fragrances in this world are simply one of a kind. That quality is what draws people in and fuels their obsessions.
If I wear a goose to the ball, I'll also be one of a kind. Our competitor already got their hands on it.
It doesn't matter how much it costs. I have to buy something better.
This fragrance will be one of a kind, no more. Myths can be deconstructed, miracles can be recreated. All it takes is skill, experience, limitless exploration, and a little patience. The only thing left is determining where the real Auguste is hidden. Pretending to be attacked means he's not free to move around. Auguste must be hidden within reach.
Paimon took a peek through the window earlier and his house was packed with flowers.
The curator commissioned a flower pot from Kasharawar, capable of retaining heat and moisture.
Perfumes are as beautiful as flowers, and equally as delicate. When stored, you must take care to control the temperature and keep them away from direct sunlight. Did you get all that, Emily?
I got it.
was attacked again last night.
So, Sylvain is dead. Is that right?
Yes, Master.
So, you switched the bottles of Auguste, and then lied to me about Sylvain's death.
Wait, so Sylvain is alive? Well, I guess in that case... yeah, I guess in that case... we, as the players, would have had to have been fooled as well into thinking it too. And yeah, and that... well, one of those last shots where we saw him looking at the bottle... I guess that was a bit of epic foreshadowing as well.
Convincing you that your revenge had been completed was the easiest way to get you to let down your guard.
Impossible. Even if you found a way to switch out the bottles, there's no way you could have made an accord. If Auguste was so easy to replicate, Yelena wouldn't have.
It was a combination of rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilias. Those ingredients would have conflicted with each other if you tried to combine them in the past. But recently, we found a way for them to work together.
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilias.
Auguste was created over 10 years ago. All this time, people never stopped analyzing it, never stopped trying to recreate it. Perfumery techniques are advancing day by day. We've found better ways to extract essential oils, separate oils and fats. We even discovered new ways to combine fragrances together.
So due to the advances of technology, what was previously thought impossible was, well, it became a lot more reachable.
The mythos surrounding Auguste may have been untouchable almost 20 years ago, but now it's time for it to become a thing of the past.
The past?
You've been working as a perfumer for all these years. You should have always known that it is possible to make an accord, even if only in theory. But the meaning you assigned to Auguste became so inflated, you allowed yourself to get lost in it, just like the perfume mania that captivated the public all those years ago. You believed in its divinity and grandeur. You believed it was entirely one of a kind.
And in the process you forgot that it was that it was a bottle of perfume, nothing more.
Your obsession with Auguste is also what allowed us to predict how you intended your plan to end, and to make preparations in advance.
We just didn't expect it to happen so fast.
Or that you would activate the delusion.
Well, you hit the nail on the head now, didn't you? So, Sylvain isn't dead.
Yes, but it seems like he's still gonna have to live with the grief of losing his brother. So, that part of your revenge is still going to be in place.
Since you've been preparing your accord since last night, I assume you've also figured out my method, then. That means the news of Sylvain's death, the crowd gathered outside the hotel this morning, it was all an act you put on with the sheriff?
Yes. If we hadn't, you might have resorted to the delusion out of desperation, or continued to use your Spirit Borneal and Auguste combination to wreak havoc.
Who knows? Maybe I would have just offed myself then and there.
I know if you had things your way, you would carry the truth of Edgar's demise and the secrets of this garden to the grave, but I'm sorry, Master. I don't want to see any more death. Sylvain only inhaled a small amount of poison. He's being detained as we speak. all the crimes he concealed back then will be exposed in a court of law for everyone to see, and all his secrets will be revealed. The same goes for you as well.
Is that so? Well, I suppose I'll be spending the rest of my days in a prison cell then.
Depending on how long the rest of your days will be.
Whoa, he accepted that kind of fast.
Well, like, literally, he doesn't have anything left.
I don't feel the need to justify my actions, nor do I intend to repent for them. I did what I set out to do. I may have lost in the end, but it was my choice every step of the way. And if I could do it all over again... But there's no going back, is there?
Careful, everyone. This environment is dangerous. I'll lead the way.
Okay, so Kale's coming in after us.
Stick close. Hurry up. Can't let Edgar die.
Looks like I'm almost out of time. Although, I do have one final question, Emily.
Of course, Master.
The combination you used to make your accord. How did you figure it out?
The scent of Auguste is complex and varied, yet the main ingredient consists of a single variety of flower. So, as I was analyzing the sample yesterday, I got to thinking, what if the scent of the Auguste flower was already imbued with that complexity during its cultivation?
You're saying Yelena designed Auguste to have the scent of multiple flowers?
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, Cecilias. The perfumers of the past knew that if you combine their essential oils directly, they would just cancel each other out. It was a conundrum they could never solve. But if you cultivate a new flower species that intrinsically carries the unique features of those three scents, you can bypass that issue entirely. It goes without saying that for that time, this idea was a stroke of genius.
Essentially, a cross-pollination where you're able to, well, I guess breed and cultivate a brand new type of flower, specifically with the qualities.
Rainbow roses, glaze lilies, and Cecilias. Those really do seem like flowers you would choose. Yelena.
And I guess that's the end of that. Okay, well, let me actually claim this and not leave it. Yeah, that one chest in leeway, I'm never going to live that down. Is there anywhere else I can go in here? Okay, looks like we have an invisible wall there. Invisible wall as well here. Okay, I can walk around here. Cannot climb, though, for obvious reasons. And so I guess, well, while I'm thinking about it, if I think back to one of my old chemistry classes, kind of makes me think of Mendeleev and those experiments he conducted with these pea plants in an attempt to sort of cultivate plants with certain features. So I'm guessing, well, I mean, botany is definitely a science. I just hadn't thought of it like, yeah, you could essentially do that and create like your own sort of, well, in this case, your own sort of flowers, and have it be with just the qualities that you want it to have, and make sure that it carries those genetic traits from generation to generation. Alright, well. Oh. Okay, yep. We just ended up all the way in Fontaine. Empty heads! Well, I guess now that the worst is over, let me go ahead and put this team back to how I had it.
It would be my honor.
And it would be my honor to have you join us. Yeah, since everyone here is an empty head, there's no point in me having Nahida.
Did you know? Miss Emily's releasing a new perfume! Right, I heard about that. I think it's called Yelena.
Huh. So she named it after Yelena.
Seems like everyone in Fontaine is talking about the new perfume you're releasing.
I was hoping to release it without such a fuss, but the news spread way faster than I expected.
Well, I mean, you are a very important person in Fontaine. Even if MiHoYo doesn't make it seem that way.
I just hope it won't become the source of some new myth, especially after all the work we did to demystify Auguste.
About this perfume, did you use the accord from back in Sumeru?
I did, although I made a few modifications to the formula to make the scent more pleasant and long-lasting. I actually brought a few samples with me today. I hope they're to your liking.
Oh, okay.
Also, I was hoping you could try out the fragrance before I officially release it and tell me your thoughts.
Oh, so we're literally going to be the first to experience this.
Of course! A good sense of taste and sense of smell go hand in hand, you know? Just leave it to Paimon! Oh, it smells great!
Her voice. I'm not sure that's the kind of feedback she had in mind. Yeah, it's like, okay, good to know. It smells great, and I'm sure Emily's aware, but yeah.
It's alright. All feedback is worth considering.
Well, alright then. I guess you have a point there.
Besides, when it comes to perfume, commenting on whether it smells good is the most straightforward assessment you can ask for. There doesn't always have to be a deeper meaning.
Yeah, I guess so, although I guess thinking of geology for a bit, I had a professor with, well, when it came to like measuring the hardness of a rock or a mineral, he basically said that he never wanted to hear you say, "It looks hard." Like, yeah, no kidding. So that's why I'm just here, like, sort of the same concept of smelling a perfume and be like, it smells good. But, okay, I guess, yeah, geology's a little more exact. But, alright. Speaking of deeper meanings, curious final question.
Right! Do those flowers have some special meaning? Hearing their names seemed to have an effect on him.
Yeah, when he said that those were flowers that you would choose. Well, that Yelena would have chosen, rather.
If I had to guess, I'd say it probably has something to do with the language of flowers.
So, those three flowers in combination with each other, what would that mean?
The language of flowers? Oh, we've heard of that before. Paimon remembers hearing something like, the Cecilia represents the true feelings of the prodigal son?
What each flower is said to represent varies by person and across different moments in history. The same is true for the flowers that make up the scent of a Auguste. After returning to Fontaine, I did some research, and it turns out the meanings of those three flowers can be reassembled to form a single phrase.
Oh?
Forget the past and keep on living.
Wow. So are you saying that that might have been Yelena's sort of last message to him? Well, unfortunately, he couldn't forget the past. If anything, he ended up being enslaved to it. And as a result, he wasn't really able to live much of a fulfilling life.
Perhaps that's the legacy Yelena always intended, not the nobility and grandeur most people associate with Auguste.
Okay, yeah, see. I was thinking it was more a message to him. Or maybe that's what she hoped for her brother.
You think Kyria knew about that?
Possibly not, from the sound of it. At least not immediately. Well, okay, well obviously he was kind of surprised when Emily told him, like, yeah, this is how I figured out the secret, and maybe he did realize, because he studied becoming a perfume maker and botany, I imagine, to that extent.
I paid him a visit before his trial and explained what I found, but he didn't seem to care.
Well, at this point, he literally has nothing left. So he probably doesn't care about anything now.
Who knows? Maybe she didn't mean anything by it at all. That was his response.
Ah.
Yelena is gone. We'll never know what she was thinking. We can look for meaning all we want, but it'll never be anything but conjecture. Even if that is what she was trying to say, I would never be able to forget her.
And because of that, that's why he went through all of that trouble.
Avenging her death? That was the meaning I chose for my life.
And, well, I guess you can argue that was really not the best thing he could have done with his life, but, well, what's done is done, and it is what it is.
Kyria cultivated his revenge like a flower. He was committed to making it bloom, even if in the end, it didn't bear the fruit he was hoping for.
Kyria.
In any case, he did want me to pass along his thanks.
His thanks?
Thank you for saving my life, for giving me the chance to learn that Auguste could have carried a very different meaning. Love and hatred are a privilege of the living.
And Emily's really, like, putting out these very deep thoughts here.
When someone dies, their thoughts, feelings, and intentions die with them. In that sense, what Auguste truly represents in the language of flowers will forever remain a mystery.
At least, yeah, Auguste in its initial form, yeah. With what Emily's doing now, well, that's her own creation, with her own intentions and meaning.
But even if it's only a conjecture, I would like to believe my own interpretation.
And obviously there is nothing wrong with that.
The meaning we give to flowers, the symbolism we assign to our perfumes, they're constantly twisted and exploited in our imperfect world. And yet, at the very outset, They're born from the simplest and most beautiful desires we hold in our heart.
Well, I guess that is that. Oh, and we have the Yelena fragrance now. Wait, this is a gadget? Okay, well... I'm gonna put the seed maker back. Or... well, I call it the seed maker, but... I know that's not what it's really called, the seed dispensary. Seed maker's just easier to say. But okay, so we have the Yelena fragrance as a gadget where we can just spray it on ourselves, and unfortunately we can't smell it. Oops. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get this. Well, I have 25 days, but the banner ends in, well, a little over 4 days from now. But I still don't think I'm going to be able to get that all. Like, yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess other than that, I think probably a good place to leave things, especially considering it's freaking 5 in the morning, well, 5:30 in the morning practically. Alright, well, I guess next time I stream, which I'm hoping I can stream technically later today, Friday, I will see about trying to maybe go through Moika's story quest, but I guess we will see. But anyway, so thank you all for watching, and I'll see you guys next time with what else to do. Stay golden and later, folks.